I said I'm feeling fine after that DDR. That doesn't mean I'm not exhausted. Just means I feel functional. Okay, we'll get back to it then. It's satisfactory. There's actual automation going on. Some people thought the day would never come. There was a particular YouTube comment scathing at the idea of forming a bus in this game. Something along the lines of never gonna do it, never gonna meet the required demands of getting Phase 5 done. But I'm pretty certain that person knew what they were saying. They knew that would only egg me on to play more and to try harder. There was also the idea that people really didn't like the idea that I was buffering goods. I don't know why. Probably because with a game with unlimited amounts of resources coming in, buffering doesn't make a lot of sense. You're either meeting the demand or you're not, so the buffer's just... it's only going to delay things, right? Or use up too much. But I like buffers, so I had them. And then I understood they weren't saying no buffer is bad. They were saying only one buffer is bad, so naturally I doubled up my buffers. Seems like the right thing to do. So now we're going to have a whole load of plates, a whole load of tubes, a whole load of frames, a whole lot of heavy-duty frames, times 2. Also, might make more sense for how we set up this if we need far more coming down. So yes, double busing. That was clearly what they meant and what we should do. It's buffering because that can hide production problems. But you see, in the real life, that's surely a good thing. It means the show will go on despite the problems, and then you'll get a bit of time, you'll get a bit of warning. Oh no, this is going down. Go down and fix things before production runs dry. That's how I'm reading the situation. Anyway, as it stands, everything seems to be flowing okay, although the buffers are probably hiding problems, as you say. What we're going to do now is we are going to build electrical equipment. Long time overdue. I'm going to start by clearing off this unnecessary bit of glass foundation. Do I want the space here, or do I want to just... I could delete all of this and then remake it so that we start the factory proper here. Because I can't imagine me needing more space here. This is already all of the raw ingredients that I'm going to want. So let's remove these and start building the proper factory over here. Is that how we have it on the other side, by the way? Surely Eagle Eyes Jake will notice any production problem. I'm glad Baron has my back. He knows what's right. He knows what's good with this world. Definitely going to need to build up some electrical infrastructure here because I'm only barely grabbing onto my electrical poles for power from here. Anyway, give me back all these goods, please. And now we're going to take one of these. Not that, though. We're going to take a single one, and we're going to zoop it down. And then we're going to wish that we had the infinite zoop mod, but we don't.
Stop wasting time.
Thanks for the vote of confidence there, Ada. I will remember this one. She says that every time I build with glass frame foundations, because they're probably saved in the game as an aesthetic item, but we know better. She wants me to be using plain old concrete foundations. She doesn't want me wasting that 2 steel that's involved in making a glass frame foundation, which I don't know why it uses concrete and steel. Surely it should use silica and steel, although I'm grateful that it's cheaper because we vastly mass produce concrete in a way that we do not do for silica. Now, in addition to everything else, I want my power over here. You're my nearest power source, right? Yes. Could I perhaps also bring you out? Why would you blueprint there? Blueprint from here. That's okay. This starting area is kind of the faff around area. Which is why we indeed faff around. And then we have the actual things get built area. Love me foundations, but they're gonna start here. Yeah, I really like the vanilla fix-it foundation. Looks really good. And it's not just looks, although looks are good. It's there to give me a clear indication of where lines stop. when I'm placing blueprints and stuff, there's very clear defined areas here, which make it very much easier to place things. Also quite like using these high tier power lines as we go along. Although it doesn't... oh right, wire too long. There's something about hearing wire too long that amuses me. It's hard to put my finger on it. I think in that Robin Hood game we played not too long ago, there was this hilarious line that kept coming up. Like, the inventory is too large or something similarly bizarre like that. That's not quite on the corner. That bothers me, but that's okay. I can be bothered. It looks even better if you paint it, apparently. Not paying for the paint. Wait, you don't pay for paint at all, do you? Whatever, let's just bring out our bus. As God demanded. Wait, why do I switch over to manufacturers and then... okay, there we go, much better. I would like my regular foundation, please. Not there. Put all this effort so that I can fly around and effortlessly place things, and then I place them wrong. So if I end up needing more bus space, we're just going to be going up and up. Ada was the one that told us to build vertical, which is why we're building, I think we're 300 meters in the sky here. Possibly 400 above sea level. Also, I've just noticed, as all these particles destroy the streaming encoding, that we have fog on, and I don't want fog on, because fog looks ugly. You're ugly. Are we good? No, we could extend a little bit further out, and a little bit further out. Now we're good. Or we would be good if I had enough iron plates, but my iron plates are just uploaded in a regular single-dimensional toilet, so it's going to have to take a break for now. It's okay, though. You used to have to collect petals to turn into paint while harvesting plants. Oh, God. Now that sounds like some early access jank right there. It's bad enough that you have to manually go and harvest biofuel, but at least it kind of makes sense because you divorce yourself from biofuel the moment you get glorious coal. Right, so what are we starting with here? I, of course, want copper wire. I said I wouldn't belt copper wire, and I'm making a complete U-turn on that. I think copper wire is fine for the belt because the belts are strong and we have lots of them. So right here, make copper wire, bring it back. It's a very simple thing to do, or is it? The way we're going to make copper wire... it's not called copper wire, but it is called wire. Oh, it's just called wire. That's what I get for still thinking with Factorio brain. We're going to make the fused wire, which does mean we need assemblers, but I'm pretty sure I fixed the assembler problem. Produces wire at triple the rate of regular wire, and with much, much better output per ingot. The downside, of course, is it costs valuable caterium. But I think if caterium is the cost, it's far better to do it by fusing the two. Extra complication, but much better on resources. So that means we go and we grab our... 8 times constructors. No, constructor's not the right one. He'll get there in the end. Not foundry either. Assemblers, that's it. And I can be very confident that this thing works just fine. Give myself a bit of space because the wire and caterium are going to come out here and then down. I suppose I have not considered how much of a pain in the bum my pipes are. How do I get around my pipes? I'm not willing to entertain Clipsville here. Maybe I should have raised my pipes one level. That would have been clever, wouldn't it? I'm glad I didn't build all my pipes. Yeah, that's very clever. Because there's going to be a lot of belts coming down here as we feed the factory over here. These belts are in the way. Does raising it cause any real concern? 404, no concern found, but I should get rid of this. I could also not really care about this right now because we're not using fluids just yet. But at the same time, I'd quite like to raise these. Let's just G for grabbing all of these. Although I'll need to colour them as well, won't I? Yeah. Actually, couldn't I just take these and build them above you? It would appear not. Yes, get that dead center and get that over here. And then hope that this fits in just nicely. And why wouldn't it? Glorious. And that's plenty of room underneath to allow the belts to go under. And I'm pretty sure that head lift will be okay. Yeah, why would it not? Seems a bit of a waste of time to blueprint this. Very basic stuff. Those practically overlap. How practically? It's fine. That is actually in line, right? Now I think I guffed that up. There we go. Look at that, they even line up nicely. This is the only one that has water in it anyway, but these ones have goods, so I guess I'll just pipe over the ones that exist. We do not have nitrogen. It's one of the two things the bus does not currently have. If I had nitrogen and I had aluminium, I think I'd have every single good needed to beat the game on the bus. But as it stands, I probably wouldn't have the scale for it, so I'm okay as things are for now. And then these will need to be raised up, but that is a concern for the near future. Or is it? Might be a good idea to actually do that now, because placing this on top of existing belts is probably going to cause a headache more than anything else. I think if you eyedropper the pick the pipe you already painted, it'll keep the paint color of the pipe for you. Well, that's a tongue twister, isn't it? It absolutely does. However, could I pick the color? No, I think we're daily dose for this one. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to just take the color that you have. Gotta manually switch them every time. Well, such is what I get for messing up my initial design. And this is some kind of light bluish thing. I think it's you. Oh, you're not even piped up. You will be someday. Also, that means I can easier just grab your color right there. Likewise. Likewise. And I guess it's slightly easier to just delete you and then grab the color. Notably, we don't bring up all this water. We only bring up 2 proper things of water, because I'm unsure about the capacity that I will need, but at least I'm able to triple it if required. And then you're taking a dive. How far out do I bring you? Possibly just out to here, so it's in line with the start, and then I will make these, and I think I'll just blueprint it immediately so I can just start spamming these down. Yeah, let's get the pipes done. We're gonna need them eventually, probably. So you start along here, huh? I like everything being fairly uniform here. And no, we're not doing this manually. I'm just getting this out of the way. This all nudged forward at some point, right? Yeah, at the very start is when it nudged forward. Steady on now. Measure twice, cut once, as they say. What if I measure 0 times and then cut twice? That's It's the same amount of actions and less thinking for me. I'm reminded about the brilliant part in Factorio where suddenly items would snap in the direction you're moving them, especially conveyor belts. So it doesn't matter if you've got old Parkinson's jittering around. That's a terrifying disease, isn't it? I don't mind the dementia, but the Parkinson's, oof. How would I ever play games again? And then the horrifying truth, about as well as you already do. Mort pointing out that their factories are certainly more organized than their home. But surely it's even more fun to do this stuff in real life, right? Clean home, clean mind. Alright, let's make sure that our pipe work is not a problem again. Let's make ourselves a little blueprint that is very simply 6 loads of pipes going in that direction. I will spam it and then I won't feel guilty about going under it, which is what I'm about to do. Is your home well organized? My home is well organized, yes. There's not a lot in it to organize, frankly. I'd rather have fewer things than more things. The problem is, the things that I do have are rather large and bulky. Why do I have all this iron ore? What in the world was I doing? Well, what I know I'm doing is I'm getting rid of it. Goodbye iron ore, goodbye steel, plastic. You know what? Even those time crystals. And rotors and copper. Clean inventory, clean mind. Yeah, I'm not a neat freak, but I like things clean and tidy. My kitchen's fairly organized. Got a lot of storage boxes labeled for the bits, like oats and chickpeas and seeds and sugar and flour and all that. But man, I've seen unorganized kitchens, and that is sad. Right, what are we doing here? We're making a new blueprint. The blueprint shall be... Ah, jeez, what's my naming convention here? Hey, escape worked that time. The menu that escape works on sometimes. This is our bus belt, so this will be our tube belt. Are they called tubes? They're called pipes. So we are pipe belt 6X. And it better have a picture of a pipe on it, or else how will I know that it's the pipe belt? Alright. This should be dead simple, right? All I need to do is put up the bits and then have them set to auto-connect. The tricky part might be making sure that they're aligned properly, because they're slightly off-center. Yes, let me double-check that. My builds in any building logistic games oscillates between spaghetti and organized perfection. The painful part is ripping out the temporary stuff to do it properly, which is why you put the temporary stuff in a very distinctly different place from where your real stuff goes, right? Okay, so the first one is aligned perfectly in the center, and the next one is perfectly adjacent to it. And by perfectly, I mean we're in Clipsville. But that's a fix-it design issue, and it actually ends up looking nice, even if it's not functional. Ugh, a ladder's a ladder. You can't have half a ladder. Oh, I like to preserve my starting setup, Mord. Look back on the horrors that you wished upon the world. Recht. Stackable pipeline. And we said it's dead center. And then one right over here. Easy money. Dead center and one off. Dead center and one off. Dead center and one off. Oh, that reminds me. There was a question coming in about which of the tapes I have collected. Not sure I ever showed this, but you know, off stream I've done a bunch of looking around for Mercers and Schloops and Slugs and that, and I picked up some of these were purchased and some of these were discovered. I don't know which other ones there are out there. I'll turn this music off when it starts getting old, which won't be long. What? I didn't mean to do that. Give me that back, please. Sorry, Chainsaw, you really don't get any action these days, do you? So here's the thing. You place this down, and you're like, oh, I made a mistake. This isn't where I want it. You can right-click and continue to build it. But when you make a mistake with blueprints, and you right-click, it doesn't bring you back to just placing it normally. It brings it all the way back to you don't have anything equipped. I don't mind one way or the other, but it's one of those consistency issues in the game that constantly has me doing the wrong thing. And whilst I am very quick to point out when something is a skill issue, in this case, I am happy to blame the game and not myself. I am clearly dead right here. I better figure out my colors here. Surely we can remember all the colors. It's heavy oil, fuel, nitrogen, triple water. Except I'm unsure about the heavy oil part. I gave him one place. I couldn't find it. I forever have singing batteries now, says Proto. Singing batteries? Oh, you dropped your music box somewhere. That is heavy oil first. Alright, glorious. So daily dose, yellow, light blue, dark blue. Looking at it from this direction, right to left. Alright, daily dose, 1, 2. The light stuff, 1, 2. Light blue, 1, 2. And then dark blue. Which dark blue do I use? Probably this one. I think I just made the blueprint thing dark blue. Not on my watch. The Planet Express only offers one kind of shell for you, Zoidberg. Alright, seems pretty good. And if it seems good, it can't be wrong. Why did the name go away? This is my pipe bus 6X, complete with extra pipes. Select icon, save blueprint. Escape doesn't close the window this time. And go to blueprints, go to edit the blueprints, and then shove it from undefined into occasional use. Shove it into occasional use on their bus. Should I have made a 1x of these? No, I can't think of a situation where I'd only need 1x unless I... Nope, can't think of a reason. And if one comes to bite me in the bum, then consider my bum pre-bitten. Now, give me this. Now, I love Factorio. Sorry, I do love Factorio. I love me some Satisfactory, but I'm kind of looking forward to not playing this game anymore. Right, blueprint, auto-connect, and I want you attached to this. But how do I know if it's the right way around? By looking at the arrow. Where's the arrow? There's the arrow. Not saying I'm sick of the game, just saying that it'll be good to be done with the game. It's a different thing entirely. I don't think this is going to line up the way I want it to. So maybe default auto-connect is the way forward. Because it's very easy to tell if it's in the right place. Things will just line up perfectly like so. Is that lining up perfectly? We'll find out in just a moment. Ooh, that's pretty. Slight problem might be, since it's not in line with these, which are, I believe, 6 units apart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, they're 5 units apart, huh? Maybe I should have extended these things out further. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I didn't, so too bad. I'll try and keep you in line as best I can. But I can't. Anyway, this could cause problems down the line with trying to have these connected, is what I'm getting at. Putting the belts underneath all of this could cause problems. But it could also not cause problems. That'd be nice. I didn't even think to look at the colors that are popping up here. They better be right. Yeah, it looks right to me. Once connected, you can drag it further. Now I'm quite happy with this. It's all feeling quite equidistant here. And why is it not happy? Because I'm missing copper sheets, but that's fine. I got a huge selection of copper sheets back there anyway. Nice of the auto-extending bits of pipe not to keep the color. I guess that's fine. You can still, you just need to look a little bit to the side to realize what color you actually are. And even if that doesn't work, you've got this see-through bit to see what's inside. It's like, whoa, arodo, there's fuel inside. There's nothing inside because I haven't brought over the nitrogen gas yet. Okay, but all that was just setting ourselves up to bring over the copper and caterium. Let's do that exactly now. Did I want this as part of my blueprint? Maybe. But with it like this, all I would need to do is bring the fluid or the gas down a bit. I wonder if I could even do that. Yeah, what exactly is stopping me just doing this and this? I would dare to say precisely nothing. Sweet. Guess the downside is that that thing can't really snap into a position. That could bother me, but it could also not bother me. And I'll elect not to be bothered. Doesn't really matter if it doesn't snap, I can snap it into something here. Right, I want copper wire. How much copper wire do I want? A ton of it, actually. I want enough to fill up 2 Mark 6 belts and then some. Because I'll probably drag it over immediately to make insulated cables, probably. I need it for statters. Yeah, coated cables is probably what I'm going to do to make you into cables. I don't want to use up my precious rubber, that stuff is used for 100 other things, but coated cables is a good rate. I have no idea on how many cables I'm going to need, though. Somebody said at some point that you're going to need a ton of them, but what would I need them for? Crystal oscillators, possibly? Computational stuff in general, it looks like, needs a ton of these things. Alright, so given what I know here, I'm going to need a ton of wire. Wire's production rate using fused stuff is 90 per minute. If I'm going to have, let's say, 2400 worth of wire, and we're making 90 a minute, I'm going to want 26 of these bad boys. I can make 32 and go a clocking way. Yeah, underclock them at 32. And that way I can, if I need many, many more, I can then overclock or make more. Making more is always an option, and it might even be a good option. Keep the power flowing, please. And I will begin the building. How does the game end? Can we escape the planet? Well, we're going to finish that thing by doing the final phase 5 that you see in the top right. It's obscured by chat. There it is. That's a lot of goods, which, if I was doing the hand-feeding meta, we would have defeated many, many hours ago. But who would honestly be satisfied with a hand-fed meta conclusion to all of this? No, we're going to automate every damn thing we need for that. I get enough heckling for various games that I have beaten in the wrong way. And you know how much it bothers me? Not at all. But for me, I want this done properly. I'd feel a great satisfaction for having this done what I think is the right way. I'm going to give myself a bit more space from the bus. Oop. So that is 8. We assure ourselves that we need more than 8. This is all the right way around, correct? Good. Sometimes the game, in an idiotic and baffling moment, decides to reverse my blueprint when I'm snapping them on like that. 8, 16, 24. I want one more for 32 because our target here is something like 26.6. And, well, if we're going to do 26.6, let's at least make it divisible by 8. I would rather underclock than overclock is my non-performance throttled way of looking at the situation right now. He says non-performance throttled as all these particle effects destroy the encoding. I wonder if there's a way to disable that, actually. You'd think video particle effect would be something we could get rid of. Maybe under accessibility? No, there's camera shake and nothing. User interface? It's not really a user interface, but no, they're not having any of that. That's a bit of a shame. But hardly an expectation for that to be an option. Alright, huzzah. Let's get it wired up and let's get it fired up. Under the guise of absolute fix-it. I got my torch there? There we go. Nice to know that my blueprints are... Wait a second, I just realized a problem here. I built foundries, not the thing that I need. I need assemblers, not foundries. Why did I build foundries? How could this have happened to me? Well, fortunately it's of no great concern. I saw the 2 holes and assumed it was a foundry. No, we needed the assemblers, of course. Just keeping chat on their toes. I mean, they're keeping me on my toes. There we go. Feels like it takes up less space as well. When I saw the top of the building, I realized, hang on, ain't this foundries? And so it is. So I think we're nowhere near our power demands, but when we start using converters and particle accelerators, that's likely to change. However, I have every confidence that by the time we're at that, we will have motors, stators, rotors aplenty. Because last time that's where we fell flat. We ran out of motors, couldn't upload them into the dimensional toilet fast enough to actually put them to use. Right, the numbering here, I often forget. We've got 32 of these bad boys, so I want all of this divided by 32, so it's 83.3333. Please make me fused wire at a speed of 83.3333%. Beautiful, because then I'm going to make 75 times 32, which is 2 full belts. Problem: need a second belt. Solution: build a second belt. Other problem: do I have enough for this? Yeah, because that's only going to be 3,200 copper ingots and close enough to 3,200... no, 320 copper ingots. And less than that in caterium. Should be no problem. Caterium needs to be used for quick wire after all. So yes, let us feed. Nice rainbow of liquid. Pretty limited rainbow. But it is nice. Oh, that's right. Since I have you here. Before I forget, let's copy you over. Just yet another point where Factorio reigns supreme. If I wanted to copy and paste this, Factorio would have it done. I can't even hold down paste and look at... I have to manually click the button like a Neanderthal for each and every one of these. I want to put together a massive quality of life fix-it list for Coffee Stain, but I'm sure they have plenty of those already. And this game has, what, millions of players? I don't think they need one self-important assuming person trying to tell them how to make their own game. And again, they are Swedes. They do need kicked into place every now and then. And I do mean every now and then. Right, you there. Conveyor belt 5 of... Is that copper or... No, it's kind of glowing like gold, so it's caterium. Caterium and copper, you're coming over here. And we're going to use my awesome design. I hope I gave it an awesome name. I hope I can find it as well. Undefined bus splitter. I like this bus splitter. And I'm very surprised that it works. It doesn't work in exactly the way I wanted it to, but it does work. Wait a second. It's not reversible because it rotates instead of mirrors. Can we work with that? I could make a version that is just the same thing but mirrored. But what I could also just do with relative impunity is just take things out and spin them around. We've got plenty of space on this bus for such kerfuffling. Could it be that my awesome thing is not nearly as awesome as advertised? Nonsense. Come on, get in there. I feel like I'm at the crucible every time I say that. Get in! Yeah, maybe I could also convince them to open a studio in Spain. You need coffee-stained pinto. So we just take the same bleeding thing and build it more or less adjacent. Is that in line or is that not in line? It's hard to tell, actually. Looks pretty in line, but it might be off by one. Unconvinced. That is fine. Then we just have that loop around and loop around. There's loads of space on the bus, so I don't mind this thing being perhaps chunkier than it needs to be. And I can't imagine you needing more than we're getting here, but I'll line this up regardless. I'm still using Mark V belts here, and I don't think I'd ever need to upgrade these to Mark VI. Simple reason being that there are more of these coming out than feed the box over there, and the way I pull off, it condenses down to even more than a Mark VI belt at the bottom anyway. And down here, I have no problem turning this into good old Mark VI. Look at that, we can even bring it over straight as a pretzel. Meow. And I'm very happy to report that this straight thing is not giving me the wobbly tip. As it often likes to do for bizarre reasons. It's all nice and relatively easy to work with. Yeah, I wish I could understand why it does the wobbly tips sometimes. I thought it was because either a starting or ending point was just not quite aligned to the global grid, but then I did several guaranteed aligned to global grid builds and it still didn't like it, so I don't know what to make of that. So I won't. Thinking is overrated. Now, what are we doing with you? Just bring you over here and then split you. That sounds agreeable. Splitter, 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 not the bottom one. Get in there. Get in there. Why don't you want to? Conveyor belt too steep. Is it buggery too steep? You're too steep. How about that then? You are just impossible to please. Why do you even want to curve like that at the end? Alright. You want to act like a child, you'll get treated like a child. Here, we're going to give you your little, your stabilizers, pretty much. What's the real world people word for that? What? Get in there! It is, as they like to say, pulling my pizzle. Alright, and now that you're here, spread out. Nice and straight. And now we're making copper wire aplenty. Except, of course, we have a problem. Halfway we need to switch this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What's half of 32? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, it's not half of 32 that I want here, it's half of 18, so we're going along 9, aren't we? No, because it's 32. I'm good at maths, he says, drowning on his own drool. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So you'd think this is halfway point, right? No, you wouldn't. What the heck? How many of these things did I build? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Ah, that's why it's not splitting perfectly well. So two of them here. Right, halfway house. Out you come. I'm going to do it like this. This is going to make it easier to align. These are mergers, but they're not merging anything. They're merging one into one. However, it does allow this thing to be built straight, and mergers have no power demands or any other ongoing demands, so that should be fine. Do I want to balance these? Yeah, but maybe not here. All I need to do is feed them up into the... actually, I do want to balance them, because I want half of them shoved into the bus, and I want half of them dedicated to cables, because I think this is the only thing that I need wire for, really. Well, the bus, obviously, but I think cables are a dedicated wire resource. Starters can be made with quick wire, and I probably want to do that because the steel pipe payoff is much better. Yeah, that's fine. So starters with some fluctuators have to be made with that. There's only one way to make a fluctuator, and that can be pulled off the bus, no problem. The steel rotor is probably the one I want to make. Oh yeah, because it avoids screws. Then again, the copper rotor. Nah, I think I'll still make the steel rotor. The demands on my steel pipes, though, are pretty high, but I can always make more. More factory. How bad's the itch? I wouldn't call it an itch. Feels more like a duty. I feel duty bound to get this done right. Anyway, I was looking at wire demands. Everything I see so far is bus worthy, except of course the cables. Yeah, everything I see here. Oh god, those computers need a lot of wire. But I can't imagine I'm going to have a vast number of supercomputer makers, so this is probably also okay to take off of the main bus. This is also something that can be multiplied quite easily. I could make the same thing just right above it. And then just pull off, or even just use the caterium and the copper that's here. But maybe I don't have to. The point is I want this coming over for cables. Pursuant to that point, I think I want a priority splitter bringing it over for the cables, so that if it's not going to cables, it can also go to the bus. That sounds highly logical. Alright, very good. Let's make our way towards the bus first then. Alright, you've had your fun. Off you go. Right. Righty-tighty. I need that hole. None of these are holes. Well, I still need a hole. Conveyor belt hole 1 and 2. This is the first one I'm actually going to use 2 for up here, right? Looks like it. Still probably want a massive buffer on this thing. I like big buffers, and I simply cannot lie. Remove you. Connect you here. Also, this is a case of me absolutely wanting Mark 6 belts on this. Very rare that I'm going to want Mark 6 belts, but the demands for copper wire are going to be very, very high. So I want to be ready for it. And who is a clever cookie who banked a vast number of trigons and time crystals with this in mind? You're listening to him. Who would have thought automation is good? And again, even so, my splitters will be able to take this off efficiently because it doesn't matter if they're lower tier belts, they get merged into enough to make a Mark 6. And if I need more than a Mark 6 belt worth of copper wires taken off the belt, then I'm not taking it off the bus, it's getting dedicated on-site creation. Have you got a sense of genre for the next long play yet? I know what it's not going to be. It's not going to be an automation genre game. The next game I'm going to play after Satisfactory is done is Nancy Drew. Specifically, I'm going to play Nancy Drew and the Deadly Device. Because, you know, last year I said, God, I've played a lot of Nancy Drew games. I'm going to take a break from it. Well, it's not last year anymore. It's this year, and I want more. The Grim Reaper cannot take me until I have completed every Nancy Drew game. But I better be sporting and actually play through them. Or else he's going to get a little restless and start bending the rules. So, like I said, at the end here, we want a priority splitter. I don't want to balance these. Yeah, this will be fine as is. But I do need you brought up there. So don't mind me as I... Love having these conveyor poles at the ready, by the way. It's so good. Because I can just go whoopsie-daisy. And then bring you up as high as you can go. I guess if there's one thing I'd like it that if it didn't actually have the resting pole bits at the bottom if you weren't making use of them. It looks really ugly when you stack the pipe poles, for example. Well, I think it looks really ugly. What I say go, say. You there. You will not be a merger. Can I switch you into a smart splitter? Yes, I can. Now, that's cool. Love that that's actually possible. So the smart splitter says the center output is purely for overflow, and the right output is the normal flow. That way I can take you upsy-daisy. Whoa, you can even go that far upsy-daisy. Cool. I wonder why it can go so much higher than the other one. Makes it look like you're kind of styling on them, but that's okay. Point is I need you both up here and feeding along to there. Might be better if I take you along like so. As in from here. I like all this setting stuff up. It feels really good building things that have a bit of permanence now. None of this temporary stuff. Nothing I'm building now is something that I intend to tear down. It's all gonna last till we're in the end game. Alright, no curving around anymore, by the way. I want you brought out. Straighter, if you could, please. And then... couldn't I just have you in line like this? Is that going to be a problem? There are a few ways that this is going to cause a problem. Mostly for everything that feeds into other bits here. This is going to be in the way. But I believe we concluded that dipping down by one extra level is not obstructive. That's what I believe, at least. Is this something we concluded? I'm going to check that. Right, I would have one free, and then 1, 2, 3. The belt would come along here, and it's... oh, there's clearance for days. Alright, away this goes then. Be satisfied with what you've done. That tells me that I can dip down the copper feeder, and that way it'll leave this glorious trench, allowing any new things coming in without obstruction. Or so the plan goes. Might cause a bit of a problem for you, but you can be fed in another way. Right then. In that case, I want the ceiling mount. I want you probably right here. In line. Wait, what? There we go. In line. And dangling down a bit. Yeah, that looks like clearance to me. Excellent. Now I just need you to kindly get in there without problems. That's not a problem. And that is also not a problem. However, don't clip each other, please. I don't mind you doing it straight. This one didn't want to do it straight because it didn't have the clearance, but that looks fine. Well, it's functional. Not sure about looking fine. However, I'm going to need you brought along like so. Yeah, more of these is barely an inconvenience, so this is fine. Just want to make sure they're in line. Is it going to be a problem that it obfuscates these? No, because I wouldn't even have the space to stack up a third one without entering Clip City. I don't want to enter Clip City. Wait, this isn't the end game? Of course this is the end game. We're building everything we need for the finale. And dare I say, we're doing a good job of it. I do dare to say that. Now, are you going to play nice and fit over there? Good. Are you also going to play nice? No. No, not at all. What does that tell me? That tells me I'm bringing you back a bit. Two bits should be plenty. Ew. He doesn't like it. What can be done against such monstrosities? The problem is your first priority is to get as high as that, not to bring yourself over to that level. I wonder if I could do this in a curvy way. Bring on the curly whirlies. Beautiful. Eccentric, but beautiful. Does that mean you could do it in a similarly curvy manner? What I should have done is locked it in position and then looked at it. Wait. It locks, but then you choose the side? Interesting. Anyway, I like that. I like that a lot. So up go all of our beautiful copper wires. Something I never thought I'd be belting, by the way. Bussing, rather. Of course, they're going on belts. Again, I'm too Factorio tuned. The idea of putting copper cable onto a bus is revolting, right? You put the copper plates on the bus and then you, on site, stretch them out into copper wire because I think it's a 2-to-3 ratio. Don't know, it's been a while. Maybe it's different on Marathon as well. So now we're going to turbocharge this, and that doesn't actually balance them, but they'll be balanced when taken off of the belt. So in a sense, it does get balanced. Again, belt, not bus. Lovely. Is this the first time we've automated copper wire? No, because we had a copper wire machine feeding us all that we needed since the very start of the game at the starter base. Anyway, this is one thing, but what we actually need are coated cables. And the cables will be entering the bus, although I don't know in what capacity I'm going to be needing them, or rather, at what level I'll be needing them. But we shall be ready. What an exciting proposition. And remember, this is to build up computers. The whole point about this area of the factory is computer building. The goal is to make circuits and computers and supercomputers, and then whatever you make out of supercomputers, which is director systems and quantum processors. Oof, we're going to need computers. Fortunately, each of these only need one. And this is where we start thinking about how much we end up schlooping, because these require quite a lot of goods. The further down the system you schloop, the more your returns on the schlooping. This is the Schlupen plan. Right, I need cables. Cables aplenty. We're going to make them with our heavy oil. Once 15 per minute. I bring up 600 heavy oil per minute, and this is probably the only use we have for heavy oil residue up here. I won't be making coke. I won't be making fuel. I won't be making powder. I may or may not want turbo fuel into ionized fuel so that I can blast around to my heart's content. But that's not something that would need to be automated full time. It's just something to make to fill the gaps, so that's not a problem. So, huzzah! We just need to worry about getting our coated cables. Which means I can use the full load of heavy oil. We have access to 600 heavy oil per minute, and we've got access to 1,200 wire per minute. Yeah, geez, am I going to use all that? How much of this stuff do I even need? 5 wire, 37 per minute. Why don't I just make a bunch of these and see what sticks? They're made in refineries, however, so let's imagine we make, I don't know, 20 refineries? Actually, 20 refineries would use all of the heavy oil residue. Which is good. So 20 refineries, please. Wait a second, did I do my maths right? No, it's 15. 40 of them would use it all. So let's make 20, and if we need more, we double it. However, this is where we run into one of our problems. The refineries are still bugged out. And when I encountered this bug, I actually thought it was an experimental bug. And I went back and I read a bug report from ages ago saying this doesn't work with no solution. But oh well. Hang on, we're not done with this yet. You know what, let's get a cluster nobelisk. I realized I was short on nobelisks, so I did something about that. How many did it say I needed? Like 200 maybe? And I think we also wanted smokeless powder, which I automated in some far-flung place aeons ago. We haven't had this finished for a long time, but let's get this done. Plus, I want to hear Ada's voice. Tell me you love me, Ada. I am codependent.
Cluster nobelisk unlocked. This type of nobelisk detonates into multiple smaller explosions. Can be used for clearing large areas of vegetation and other inconveniences. Addendum. Inconveniences, in this case, is not defined to include persistent family members, raccoons, student debt, the sunrise, peer performance reviews, neighbors learning to play the saxophone, phone calls, or your favorite show getting cancelled.
Student debt. Is this a joke I'm too Scottish to understand? Last thing here is actually getting the nuclear deterrent, which I could do were it not for encased uranium cells. Couldn't I just make a bunch of these? Requires sulfuric acid. That doesn't seem hard to do. But it does mean I need sulfur, water, a few bits of concrete, and some uranium. Maybe I should just go and get this done. I will go and do that once we've set up sufficient things that we can just wait and have them produced for a bit. But do poke me a little bit to go and get some plutonium for nuclear deterrent. And other than that, once we have singularity cells, we'll have completed all of the research. An exciting prospect. Also, I've got junk in my inventory again. Please do not exist. Huzzah. Oh wait, the whole point of having those nobelisks was actually to make sure I can blow things up, so please allow me blowing things up. If you have that much residue, coke circuits are not bad. I think I'll be making silicon with copper plate circuits. That is not a bad idea though, is it? Tell me about the circuit boards. They use rubber. I think rubber is in way too high demand to be using on circuit boards. Yeah, I'll use the silicon circuit board. I am questioning whether or not we make copper sheets here, or if we print copper sheets elsewhere and bring them up. Because we can make copper sheets really well with water. The question is, how many copper sheets are we going to need? That's the question to answer, right? They're used in AI limiters and circuit boards and heat sinks. But are they used so much that we can't make them up here? Maybe we could just make them up here. There's also the fact that I already set up an enormous circuit board factory on the other end of the map. Couldn't I just drone over what I have? I don't think I would belt over, considering I built it all the way over here. This is something I did to take my mind off the wisdom tooth extraction. I went over here and I just set up a large circuit place. They're currently being dumped. How feasible would it be to bring it over here? And not by train. Give me a proper answer. I would happily do it by train if laying train tracks wasn't horrifically unpleasant in this game. But as it stands, it's really rather unpleasant. But is it so unpleasant that we wouldn't do it anyway? I mean, I'd only need to extend this over and over, and it's probably less work than building the actual factory. And it also covers my silica and my copper plate production, or at least the bigger parts of that. That might well be worth it. Building railways should be much easier with a 1.1 auto connection. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? We should do that. We should just build. Curiously, how does the auto connection work with ramping? Alright, alright. We're actually going to do this. I didn't think I'd be doing it, but we'll do it. We'll actually train something over. Which direction should we go? The train line could be extended from here over and along. And I think that's better because there's less hills, fewer hills, less hilly terrain to deal with. Zoom, zoom. Get you over there. Pick them up. What can I say? Train lobby is just so smart, intelligent, handsome, Herculean. How could I not give in to their ways? Anyway, we're not doing that just now. Hold your phone right there. That's not something that needs to be done now. We're not making circuit boards yet. We're close to it, though. The electronics part of this building goes quite quickly, doesn't it? We're making cables. And I didn't answer the question of how many cables. We said 20 refineries, and we need to fix our refineries. There we go. What distracted me during that? I was on my way to building refineries, and I just went... and then brain no longer worky. I think it was my nobelisk research. Yes, Ada. Ada the Soothsayer. She turned off my brain and turned on my not brain. Right, let's get that cleared out, and let's say we're going to fix the refineries. So load up refinery array. Here we go. Now, is this something I can fix, or is this something that needs to be torn apart? As we have discovered, these do not work when... Oh, would you look at that? Maybe it can be made to work. But here's the thing, I only have a small bit here. Was it not conceivable to make multiple refineries? No, they don't fit. And to make life worse, you rotate a refinery, and then when you do them on the other side, the back bit doesn't line up. It's all very simple, though. I feel like we could do this much better. For one, we could just elevate the pipe work, rather than having merging things done up top. And I quite like elevated pipe work. But I still don't like the fact that this needs to be rotated, which shifts the direction of this when I build one on the other side. I'm trying to think of a way around that. It's fine in a way because it's all manifolded, but it's also not fine in the sense that I don't like it. Whatever the case, I think we should just clear this and start anew. Clear it all. Since this will be the only train, you don't even need to single it. Now, we don't know if this will be the only train. The train bug might bite me. And then we're going to need double lines. So maybe we should blueprint a double line thing, complete with signaling, so that when we do it once, we do it right. Yeah. Do a left and right version, suggests Corporate Monkey. Ooh. But then what's left and what's right? The orientation is all kinds of confusing here. Plus that would be double the work in the blueprinter here. I can live with it even though I'm not happy with it. Not going around the right way. Ah, man. I feel so fulfilled having played DDR. It's just such a good feeling. I'm sure we have plenty of people around here who've never played DDR at all in their life. But surely you can relate to other strenuous exercises. It feels good. It feels great, even. Right, so you come out by 2, you go up by 2, and then you get fully rotated. Up by 3, rather. Out by 1, 2, up. It's up maximum, isn't it? That looks in line to me. Hopefully this doesn't cause head lift issues, but come on, it's just a tiny, tiny amount. Could you do a double-headed train? I guess so. Seems unnecessary. Just have a turntable for the train. Well, you can't do turntable, obviously, but you can turn enough. These things don't auto-connect, do they? No, I think we need you coming out. Just a drop, and that means I'm going to need the holder thing, which is stackable pipeline, and it's here. Do I only need 1 level? Oh, don't be like that. Do not be like that. I didn't consent to this. We can fix this, right? We have the technology. I just don't want to spend a lot of money. What we can do is have you here, have you in line, have you locked in place, and elevate your mind. It does look like ass. It's floating there, right? But that's life. Life is looking like ass. There we go. C-Space is saying all my lines are all my trains are double-headed. Ooh. I did not expect you to be one of the Hydra lobby. Why would you have double-headed trains? Do you just hate turning around? Think of all that energy consumption, when instead you could consume space. A normal stand has more precision, I think. Eh? I'm sure we're fine. So out you come. Hold on. How far out do you even go? You're not quite in line, or you're not in the same line, so I think it was out by... Do we get you out by 1? Or is that too tight? Wow, we could have done it tighter. That's fine though. I don't mind it being tight. Hook me up. Fluid and pipe related things seem rather forgiving in this game, at least. That's not happy. It thinks that's Clip City. We know better, but the game thinks otherwise. That might become an issue when trying to erect my stackable pipeline support, though. No, we're good. We were never not good. It's quite good. It's not complicated stuff here, but it's just compared to when we started, we know more of the tools that we have available. And that does make designing things a whole lot better. And that, in turn, makes the game a whole lot more enjoyable. So this is the output. That means we want to merge out this way. Sure. I like to merge towards the direction that we come from for the input. And I forget, these things don't auto-connect. I actually need to bring it out a little bit with a bit more of you. And if you get a bit out here, and look at that, not even clipping. I have never in my life clipped. Seems very simple. Seems almost too simple. You could be forgiven for being suspicious about this design. My cabling is ugly. I suppose all of my cables clip, right? I think a sexier design would be to have floor-mounted energy stuff, but I'm not too worried about that. I'm not going for aesthetics here more than I have to. Until you try to use the full 600 and it doesn't want to, says Roseanne. So I have been warned that the pipes are a bit finicky about when you hit full throughput. Could you explain in a bit more detail what issues there are with that? Because I haven't encountered any so far. Or I'm busy dealing with them and I haven't even noticed them, which I'm very good at doing. Oh, I am so good at ignoring problems. Not willfully, of course. I just do not perceive. Seems good. Backdraft. I do not know what you speak of. Yeah, that seems more than okay. It's simpler even than what we had before. I just like the little upsy-downsy feeders. Nice that nobody warned me that those are broken, by the way. Or maybe they didn't, I don't know. Why? Okay, I think we called it refinery array. Refinery, select, save, overwrite, and we're good. Well, we better be good. This stuff's got to work for making me my coated cables. Backdraft. So you don't slurp it all up before it starts going back through the pipes, or what? Recht. Blueprints. Refinery array. Do not lock to blueprints right now. Also, which side's the input? Is the input side? I guess so. I really wish I could mirror these things. As it stands, I have no problem just doing a massive manifold lengthwise. Don't think you'll auto-connect anything over there. I certainly hope not. So the copper wire comes in, gets fed through here, and then the output comes out this way. Everybody wins. Oops. Oh, it did want to connect. That's a boo-boo. Get a bit of distance on you then. Still wants to connect. Jeez, please, no. Granted, we have plenty of space. I was just hoping to tighten things up a bit. Okay. Did you connect the output conveyor? I did one of them. Alright. Alright, I see the way you're cooking. Better question might be, did I connect the input conveyor? The answer might surprise you. Alright, let's get you fixed before I build the rest of these as well. Yeah, I had connected 25% of it, maybe. So slow. I feel like it might be a good idea to even set up little Mark 6 belts just to move around the base a little easier. But let's not concern ourselves with that. Let's concern ourselves with completing this design. And then, of course, saving it. We're just yawning with excitement. Although the truthful answer is I'm yawning because DDR is exhausting. Good session though, even though it went overall quite badly. I feel good for it. Getting butchered that early was pretty bad. That was your first hardpull fight being 4 gremlins into Gremlinob kind of Slay the Spire experience in terms of difficulty. If we can make a Slay the Spire reference out of everything we do, which I don't see why we can't. The refinery gets full with a backdraft, so the liquid bounces away and then it doesn't get fluid for a while. Bounces away and it doesn't get it for a while. I thought these things only stopped taking in goods if they didn't get one of their ingredients for a while, and then they pause for 5 seconds before attempting to start up. But of course, I am the newbie, and you are clearly the veteran, the train-loving veteran. Now go and auto-connect. How many of these did I say I'd build? Probably 20. We've got 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Wait a second. Didn't like that. Now it's got 20. Get it powered up, get it fueled up, and get it moving. I also need to give them recipes, of course. Feels really good with just one wave of the hand, assumedly dealing with all of my cable needs. And even if it's not dealing with all of the cable needs, where's the power? It is at least automating the cables, such that if we need more, it is a trivial case of multiplying what we already have. We could put it next to it, above it, further along over there. The options are limitless. We're not stuck in that little ravine that we were at the start of the game, where space felt somewhat finite, even if we didn't make good use of it. And I don't like you dangling over the edge like this. What will OSHA say? What the? Give me that and blueprint. Yeah, see, Ada doesn't slag me off for using these. Does fairly eat into those iron plates, though. But that's okay, I made this blueprint knowing that iron plates could be an issue. And I could set up additional dimensional toilets for them, but I really don't think that's necessary at this point. We just expand for a bit and then carry on, as long as we don't leave it all to the last minute. I call it sloshing. If they had infinitely small production loads, it wouldn't happen, but since they get produced in lumps, they interfere with each other in the pipeline. Well, as Factorio taught us, pipes are hard. They tried many times to fix pipeworks in Factorio, and I haven't had any experience with Factorio 2.0, so could anybody tell me what they think of the current version of it? Coated cables, please. Wait a second, do I want to change the production rate? I'm using 20 times this, 20 times this. No, I don't. I think we're fine like this. I'm happy to have it such that if this needs to be changed, I could even just increase the rate without building more. Although I'd far rather just build more and underclock. But time will tell how many we need. See, when people were linking me up with Spreadsheet Simulator 2025 and tools to get your exact numbers of things, it would even make little diagrams for you. That was pretty cool. Diagrams of what to build, where, and how. It turned me off so much. Does anybody else feel that way when they have that in a game like this? I really don't want to see those. They numb my brain. This is fine. And the busing just solves all of my problems like that. Just make an amount. Is it wrong? Is it right? I don't care. Double it and move on. That's much more my style than getting, oh, you need 5 of these refineries schlooped, but also underclocked to 87%, and then da-da-da-da. It's like going shopping for a very picky individual, which was not what I'm about. Yeah, as Young says, optimize the joy out of the game. There was a bit of that feeling going on. Right, I need you over here, and it's no biggie to have you like so. What I wonder is, can you have this in line with that? It's not really important if you do or do not. Ah, this thing's in the way, but that's okay. This can be removed trivially. I don't think asking this to lock on with that is a big ask. Now, of course, it doesn't have to, but I want it to. What if you were here? Would you then link? Yeah, there we go. That's more like it. Because this is linking to the global grid. That's better. Now I can bring you rather, out to here, and then out to there. Can't imagine the head lift would be a problem, right? You're going from that tube up to here. Yeah, we'll be fine. There's no way we wouldn't be fine. Except that's not the tube that has the heavy oil in it. I never thought to balance these. Should I balance these? Or is that going to do weird things? This is a case if I don't have all the information. These have a throughput of 600 cubic meters per amount of time, minute. If I were to balance them, would that interrupt with its ability to carry the fluids? Because in my head, it should just balance out and then everything's going to travel down fine, but the game might have some jank associated with that. I do not know. But I would like to know. Although I suppose I could always just try it, right? I wonder if this is even going to link together the way I want it to. Let's try. Let's play ball. Doesn't want to line up and catch this time, but whatever. If I did this and that, will you balance? Maybe. Anything's possible. That looks... well, you know, we've all had days like that. Oh, hello. It's not coming here at all. However, that is slightly raised up, so I imagine it... wait, what's going on here? I think when I deleted this, it severed the pipe? No? What? I feel like the X-Files music needs to kick in here. What is the problem here? You don't have this problem. But you do. Is it a head lift issue? It shouldn't be. This is perfectly level. What is going on? Seems bugged. Rebuild the faulty pipe. Well, there we go. That's concerning. That feels like the kind of thing that's going to happen later on and be a problem. Without me noticing for a long time. Let's try that again, shall we? We have the same issue with fuel here. So I'm going to solve the issue. Solving it now and forever. Oh yeah, all the days like that as well. How about you? Looking good? And you? Looking good? Yeah, it's flowing. I do not comprehend. At least this water doesn't need balanced. It's balanced in inverted commas down there. Although maybe, yeah, I don't know how balancing works with fluids in this game. Whether or not it's going to work the way I want it to is beyond me. Anyway, it looks like you guys are chock-a-block with wires and heavy oil residue. So I'm going to have all the cables a man could possibly need. Therein lies the question. How many cables could a man possibly need? Currently we're making 67 per minute times 20 machines. Wait, what? Making too many of these. 67.5 times 20 machines. Oof. Okay, 1200 over 1350. Clock these down to 88%. It was 88.88, I believe. Yeah, because otherwise we're making more cables than I can carry on a single Mark 6 belt. Now, I might want that in the future, but I don't want it now. Why are you not working? We're... Now I'm really conscious about pipes bugging out after seeing that. It knows it wants it. It's just manifolding right now, right? Right. I think if we give it time, it'll come down here. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. God, it's just so... Makes you want to bite your lip, right? Right, so the problem is solved now and forever. Let's bring these cables up. And if we need them in the future, we'll take them off the bus. Problem, possibly. What's the best way to bring them over to here? Keep having long ways to go with this stuff. I guess I just bring it along from here, up and over. Yeah, that's gonna surely not cause issues. Yeah, this is what I get for having it go all the way over there. Wonder if I should also have it dangle down by 2. Yeah, but at that rate, everything's going to be dangling down by 2. I've certainly shot myself in the foot with this design a bit, unless I brought it up here early and then brought it over here, and then it goes around the back, which would require another line here for things to attach to. I just destroyed these previously, but now I might want them. Yeah, the difference being that things don't underfeed going into this in the same way that these do, so I do want this extra line here. And that'll help with my feeding. Which, all things considered, I probably should have put the... should have put you back behind it, but that's no problem. You'll remain there as a testament to our teething issues. Even so, up we go. Hop. How high can she go? Ooh. She was going to go to fix-it class, but she got high. Used to sing that song in university for a certain guy in class who would often not go to class in favor of getting high. But you know what? He did a lot better than me. So, well done, Jacob, not your real name. Worry about this. We don't need to look at these. The belt can hold itself up. Yeah, I think coming along the back is a reasonable idea, right? Surely. There's no way this could fail. Lifestyle doesn't fund itself. Right. I need more. This is the last one I have here, isn't it? Surely you don't have to be Mark 6, but I'm going to need some of this right here. Did I blueprint this in doing all of these? Or did I always manually put in the holes? I think I manually put in the holes because we went through a lot moving all the goods up from the very bottom. Much to David Cameron's chagrin. I don't need double holes. So I guess I won't have double holes. But what I can do is have one hole here. Don't need lift Mark 6, but let's future-proof ourselves here. Have you go in, have ourselves a little splitter here. Have you get force-fed, and then bring up old Humpty Stumpty up to the top. And we're all good. Nice. I really like these. They've been a bit of a source of woe for me during the blueprinting, but I really like the elevators. They look good, they feel good. So much good satisfactory elements in this game. He has never clipped. He's also apparently never done this correctly. Tell me you were made the right way. Something ain't right, right? I think I made this the wrong way. No? I might be imagining the problems here, but I thought for certain I'd made this the wrong way and it wasn't connecting in. Oh well. Wait, that connects? Ooh. I actually thought you couldn't connect like that. I guess we'll see it in action if it is truly working the right way. Yeah, I thought I'd made wrong way lift. But why isn't it defaulting to the right way? Because normally if it already has a lift going one way up top, it will understand that and make it the right way. Maybe it's because, again, I've connected the splitter to the lift, and the game really doesn't seem to like splitters connected to lifts, even though it is a real thing that works sometimes. But now it should feed in nicely. Should. Should, but doesn't. Let's try this again, shall we? Let's do it like so. Let's split last. The game really hates splitters on lifts, it seems. Yeah, see now I don't even have the option of splitting it, so, or reversing the direction. So it certainly didn't like what I had there. It's like it's becoming a different entity when I shove a splitter on it. So that's working fine, and then we grab Splitsville, shove it directly on once we annihilate you. And then we Parkinson's put it in the wrong place. There we go. Now you're fine. You're still feeding. Still feeding. And then we grab you, bring you up, and then we feed both. And now cable management is far from a concern. Bully. It's also balanced, kind of. Gets split there, balanced between them, pulled out, so it'll be balanced every step of the way. Multiple balancing is often unnecessary, but it fills me with stability, and I like that. Also, I want to ride this thing for some reason, so we're going to do that. Whee! I feel like we could be listening to tactical elevator action up here. This is so cool. This is definitely going to be part of the theme park. I'll have a little sign that says duck, and if you don't duck, you get your head chopped off. Not really, of course, but you will need to duck to proceed in the ride. That's the real excitement I get out of Satisfactory, the idea of turning this game into open roller coaster tycoon, but one that you can actually ride. Oh, could you imagine building open RCT2 in this game? I can imagine it. Alright, we've distracted ourselves plenty and barely built anything. What's coming next? Now that we have cables and copper wire, I think we finally fixed one of the problems that we've been having for quite a while, and that is that we don't have SAM fluctuators. It requires SAM, wires, and steel pipes, and we have all of these things on the bus. So let's pull it out and make it happen. No, it is not doot-doot time. We will doot-doot when we require circuit boards. But right now, SAM fluctuators are something we're constantly being told we don't have enough of, and I'm sick of handcrafting them. Look at that beautiful yellow of everything being far too produced. All those buffered resources. Buffered heavy modular frames. Can you believe it? This stuff's meant to be hard to make, and we're swimming in them. Although just wait until we have to make the fused ones. How do we even make the fused ones again? Oh, it's only 1-to-1, so this is fine. And I believe... yeah, we're going to do the fused modular frame with nitrogen gas. Curiously, do I need that for anything else? Yeah, I need it for cooling systems. Do I need it for cooling systems? Yes. Good lord, they need a lot of nitrogen. A lot of nitrogen. I'd probably use the one that gets you double the amount for... oh, but it needs heat sinks. Heat sinks require aluminium. Well, aluminium is easy to scale up, especially with what we know now and the technology that we have. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I need SAM fluctuators. How many SAM fluctuators do I need? Unclear. It still has an unknown recipe, and that means it's used for the ballistic warp drive, and I don't know how many it's needed. So we'll just have to guess. These are made only 10 per minute in manufacturers, consuming quite a lot of wire and stuff. I guess I'll make do with 8 of them. Who needs more than 80 SAM fluctuators per minute? And we'll have plenty of space to expand more if need be. Plus those are made in manufactories, right? Please. There we go. Or the crafting bench. Could be the one thing we manually make for the hand-feeding meta. But it could also not, so let's move on. Manufactory is there. No, that's a blender. Blueprints. I think I need to clean up my lists here. 4 manufacturers. And I should be fine with 8 total. You have a lot of nitrogen as well. I have no nitrogen on the bus. I will, however, fix that. I just don't want to bring over nitrogen or aluminium until I need them. I'm very happy with my manufacturer setup. It's probably the blueprint I've made so far that I'm the most proud of. The hyper launcher tube thing is pretty cool, but I'm not proud of it because I didn't really make it, did I? People told me how to do it, and I pretty much painted by numbers. And that kills a lot of the great feeling of satisfaction in this game called Satisfactory. Very good. Right, my 8 SAM fluctuators. Oh man, I haven't seen my cousin in ages. Years. When I'm next back in Scotland, whenever that is, see if I can arrange to see them. Nothing to worry about, we just feed. And for that, we just take off the belts. I can't help but feel that the requirement of steel pipes is actually super massive. I already made a huge amount of steel pipe creation, and I can't help but feel we're going to need even more, because they're used in a lot of things. at fairly high quantity, right? The beams I thought would be what I need a lot of, but these things make my frames, my stators, my fluctuators, my rotors, my industrial pipes, my modular frames. That's a lot of things, right? Did you try out the Jello building? I tried it early and I decided I didn't like it. It doesn't really serve a purpose, does it? It stops you from breaking your legs when falling, but so does tapping spacebar. In fact, so does tapping P and R. I thought it did. No, I think it's tapping P and then P again, or P then escape. Okay, maybe not. Something stops you from falling in the air, and I've managed to forget exactly what it was. Broke my legs again. Right. Pipes. Pipes are coming down. Pipes coming down from here. 1, 2, 3, boop. And so does aiming to hit a wall instead and lose momentum. Does that make you lose the vertical momentum? You're probably right, though. Anyway, fall damage, not a problem unless you are being a fool. We've been a fool many a time, but I think it's been a while since we've last had an accident, as Fixit says. Right, I can just bring you down here relatively effortlessly. Can't tell if I'm off by one or not. Oh well, 50-50. I like my belt splitter. I mean, I like my little design here, but I feel like it could be improved. It could be smaller for one. I would also like it if the game could actually acknowledge... Wait, what? Wrong place to bring you out of. I'd like it if the game could acknowledge the snapping of splitters onto conveyors via blueprint, but splitters and blueprints really don't seem to get on very well, as we have demonstrated many a time. You're coming out here, or I could just feed you straight down into a hole. That works as well. Don't even need a hole, that's the funny thing. But we'll make a hole. I think a hole will work fine here. And that does connect, good. Except, let's not play around here, let's have it be big. And then you're coming down. That is hard to line up. That seems right though. And then if I just have you split right here, then we're good. I was off by one. Okay, well, not gonna be concerned about that little splitty bit at the end here. And then, rather than actually have the splitter here, I'll just add the splitter over here. There you go. I start with that. I would also like to start with having you powered up so I can fly around with impunity. And then overcome the wires. And it is just wire, right? Sound fluctuator doesn't need cable, it needs wire. And the wires are right here on the bus. As God intended. Wham out our little bus splitter. That probably gets in the way a little bit, but that's fine. I like the design of this bus. I like many things in this game. I suppose less time I'm faffing around with a blueprint designer, the happier I'll be. It's just kind of nice to be able to build without all the faffing. I don't go, oh, I need to make my way over to this deposit, or figure out how to make a nice support for my trains to move around. No, it's just build, 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 and build some more. Ah, it's good. One hole, please. One slightly off-center hole, please. Maybe making that curvy was a bit of a mistake, but the first mistake was lining you up here poorly. Right, come on down. Nice to know that the SAM can actually come from down below already. Makes things slightly less complicated. So to line it up, we just bring it down by 2, right? 1, 2. 1, 2. And this time don't put a splitter on the front like a fool. That looks foolish. Let's get rid of that. Does it still work like that? I don't trust it, so I won't. And now you need to go to places. This should be globally aligned. It even looks aligned, so... one of these will work. Feels so good working in 3D. You know, once you've overcome all your old Factorioisms. Just having everything naturally building up and up. It's good. Verticality is good. I like the merge and split 3 belts, but there's never anything in the middle belt. Only the top and bottom one are ever in use. Correct. Because I'm future-proofing. I might reach a point where it dawns upon me, oh god, we need a lot more of this. And that we can solve by 1, upgrading these belts, and 2, using all 3 belts. I have 4 holes there that could feed this stuff in. So I can go 4 to 3. I'd probably go 4 to 3 first and then upgrade the belts, but you know what I'm saying. It's there so that it's capable of supporting more in the future. Imagine if I didn't have that. We just had 2, we had it split off 2 and 2, and then I go, oh god, I need... copper wire is probably a good idea of it, or maybe the tubes. I need a lot more down this. I don't want to build another line on the belt, because where would it go? How would it balance? But this is me thinking about the future. Although admittedly not much. When it comes to Factorio, you often find that what you thought you needed, you actually need an order of magnitude more. And this is an order of magnitude scaling, but it should be enough to get us through. Heck, it's a game with infinite resources, so any amount is fine. It's just a question of how much time you want to spend. And how much time do we want to spend? Blueprint, auto-connect, please. Aluminium, my beloved. I really don't get enough aluminium to extend this out very much, do I? No, but I do need you out further. Says it doesn't like it, is that okay? I think it's okay. But I need another one because this only brings out these goods, and I need to bring out my SAM, which is over here. As we watch that number climb from 280 up to 432. I can enjoy a drink. One of many drinks I'll need after that performance. Made the terrible mistake of assuming that my liqueur in the fridge would never go off. It did go off. I had a sip last night because I wanted a taste of it. It's Aran Gold. One of my favorites. But, yeah, don't leave liqueur in the fridge for months and assume it'll be okay. It ain't. Okay, good. The SAM is here. Now, I was unsure how much SAM I'm going to need. But this will surely be fine. Just drag this along here. What an aftertaste as well. Blueprints. Bus splitter. I use this bus splitter a lot. I'm starting to think it should be on my quick bar. I mean, is there anything on my quick bar that I don't really use anymore? You know what? There. It's not often that I'm actually using the storage thing instead of just pipetting it, so... Das gut. Das auch so gut? Ja. Jake, do you have 2010? I guess I did 15 years ago. A quick ADS. Sorry, you've lost me. I'm afraid, Zajir, we're not talking the same language. Kalpa says that actually, Satisfactory has finite resources. Or at least, I did not say throughput though, did I? If I had meant throughput, I would have said throughput, Kalpa, and you know it. But what can I say, you know? Kalpa acknowledged me as the superior Factorio player, which inherently means he's the inferior Factorio player. And as we can see, there's a lot of overlapping skills here. Alright, bring in the SAM. Oh, why is that off by 1? Because I lined it up with that, of course. Does this little bit concern me? No, it doesn't. In fact, I can even curve you up. Could even curve you up. So I will. And now they activate like Robot Wars, and the SAM fluctuators are mine. Question about the fluctuators. They're used in the... Well, I assume they're used in the ballistic woo-ha thing. Do I even want them on the bus then? I, as a rule, don't bus something unless I need it for multiple recipes, which also need to be automated. I only need 200 of these ballistic things. What does that tell me? Well, for sure they need to go in the dimensional toilet, but I'm not entirely convinced it needs to do anything from here, so with that in mind... Now I regret moving my storage thing off of my quick bar, but that's my problem. I know you can make several different quick bars, but it's not natural to me to alt-scroll between them. It doesn't feel right. And that is definitely a me problem. I suppose I could put it onto 2, but forget it. It's something I do infrequently enough that I'm not bothered by it. Now, where are you? Organization. No... But yes? Yes. Huh. It doesn't like going there. Assumedly because it's just a little bit too muscular to fit in with the other bits there. It will go here, and that will bring me problems. Problems which I will now solve by making this into a straight one. A straight one that elevates such that it doesn't clip you. There you go. It doesn't really matter which of these the SAM goes into, bottom, not quite bottom, as long as the manufacturer gets its hands on it. And hey, look at that nice clearance. Sweet. Oh, look at this not nice clearance. Less sweet. Although I don't have to do this the way I normally do it. What I could do is get my dimensional toilet right... Oh, would you look at that? I'm missing SAM fluctuators. Get over here. I'm never having this problem again. Yeah, it hates that almost as much as I do. Good. Better. Best. There we go. Get it toileted. Truly cursed. What do you mean? You can stand here and get seizures. Truly cursed. Alright, so don't know how many of these I'm going to need down the line, but what is quite likely to happen is rather than bussing this stuff, I will just clip it straight over to the ballistic warp drives wherever they're made. If that has to go underground, that's fine. But yeah, it doesn't deserve a place on the bus, because it's not something that needs to be bussed or balanced or anything. Although I may need more of them, but that's okay. We can overclock, we can extend it out. Consider SAM fluctuators a solved problem. Everyone's allowed a little spaghetti as a treat. I think I've got my things pretty well organized. We're not ravioli. Stop playing Satisfactory. No, we're in a good place. Right, with that taken care of, I want to ask myself, now that we have cables, where does one go with cables? Is it time... I did say I wanted to do my computer stuff. Is it time for Circuit City? I think it might be time for crystal oscillators. That means I have to solve the quartz crystal conundrum. I brought raw quartz up here. I don't remember how much, because of course I didn't leave myself any information on that. Perhaps I could answer that information here and now. You are raw quartz. How many raw quartz do I have coming in here? It's going to take a while to update that, isn't it? I've got a better idea. How about you give me the latest and greatest information? 780, so I've got one of these going, assumedly. It might be that it's choked up, but whatever, that's fine. Good enough information to have. Is that going to be sufficient to do all my quartzy needs? Knowing full well that I don't need silica for circuit boards. I'm not so sure about that, because quartz crystal... I don't think doing pure quartz crystal is worth the payoff. You use slightly less than double to get slightly more than double. It doesn't feel worth the effort. I'd rather just constructor these things. Another question might be, how much silica am I going to need? Silica is used in high-speed connectors. And that's it. I will be using silicon circuit boards, but that's a separate issue. So it looks like I don't need that much silica. That's promising. So I actually think that the quartz we have here might see us through. The question is just how many of those crystals am I going to need? I think things that use crystals use lots of crystals. 45 per minute on radio connector units. Comparing your factory to mine reinforces my suspicion that I'm mentally handicapped. Well, that's okay. We accept all kinds of retardation around here. Wear it with pride. I'm also probably going to the... No, pink diamonds are something we always produce elsewhere. Synthetic power shards probably don't need. It's the crystal oscillators that fill me with concern. But I could make insulated ones to cut down on the amount that I need, but then it eats up rubber. And AI limiters, which are made of... goods. I think we're going to go out on a limb and assume that the amount of quartz crystal we have is fine, and we're just going to normally process them in constructors. If we need more quartz crystal, we have more quartz crystal. In fact, we can add... Do I bring over this? I think I remember now. Right. Probably no need to fear. I think we sourced quartz crystal before we had our time crystals sorted. So, what we can do is rather expensively upgrade this. And bring over the maximum throughput of quartz crystals. Or raw quartz, rather. Yes, yes. At least that's what I'll believe. Because I'm fairly certain this comes over from pure node, but we couldn't actually use all of the pure node. And I said, that's okay, Future Jake will solve this. Well, I am Future Jake. Presently known as Present Jake. And I will fix this. Future Jake's such a rube, always fixing other people's problems. Well, if they just stopped coming to me with problems, I wouldn't need to keep fixing them. I love the fact that we made a train network, if you can even call it a network, and the one thing it does is provide me electricity. And the train just runs around as a bit of a vanity project. Alright, but even with the 1200 coming in, we can still upgrade it to become 2100? Yeah, because we can add 900 to it, can't we? Kalpa's having a stroke at just how good my network here is. Oh yeah, there we go. Are you underclocked? Of course not. Why would I underclock this thing? And of course we've got all these silica things hanging around here that we don't need. Remember when we came here an aeon ago for this stuff? I was starting to wonder if I even want my dimensional uploader over here. Doesn't really achieve anything anymore. But I suppose it's a nice backlog if I ever need this stuff. That's fine, I can clean this stuff up never. Plus, now that we've made this, we can ride it! Whee! And we can also troubleshoot if there's any point of it which is not upgraded. Ah, I wonder what else I didn't upgrade previously. If only I had automated time crystals. See a clip, remove a clip. This doesn't work. Alright, this'll work. Why did that not work? What are you? What? Are we gonna need the nukes for this one? Oh, heaven help me, I can't even get up there now. You win this time, it seems. Whee! Try putting the explosive at the very base of the plant. I'm afraid we're a bit too far away for that now. But the thought is there. And it's the thought that counts. Alright, can't ride this thing up, but you know what we can ride up? Our hypertube. Hypertubes are cool, but they join the lengthy list of things in this game that should be twice as fast as they are. Again, I wonder if that could be modded. Surely. I haven't even bothered opening up the game files to see how they're prepared and how moddable they are. But given that it's experimental, modding is probably an exercise in futility, given that it could just easily change at any moment. So the assertion I'm making here is that quartz, crystal, and silica I can make on-site and it's not a problem. Also, I don't need silica because we have that sorted off-site. So the quartz shall become quartz crystal and shall be sent onto the bus. And the quartz crystal will certainly be done over in the computer zone because quartz crystal is very heavily used in computer-related things. Is there anything I could just immediately bring it over for? Does it even need to be on the bus? Probably, because it gets split for oscillators, RCUs. Yeah, oscillators and RCUs. So I guess we just set this up, don't we? You make these, consuming at a rate of 37, so just make a lot of them, and if we need more, make more. Very clever. Constructors are go. Like the elite beat agents, let's do this. There's something wrong with my constructors? Yeah, it outputs in the wrong direction, I think. Or it outputs not in the direction that I want it to. Is that something I'm going to fix? Absolutely not. I can just route it around. Is that really the case? Let me look at the other constructors I made. No, I can see them in my mind's eye. Don't know which way is the feeding side, though. It's very hard to tell just looking at this. That's where it comes out. I really wish I could mirror this, but I cannot. Right, very well. Default, auto connect, and go here. Here is good. I feel like I'm making a mistake here, but at a glance, I am making a mistake because the second one got rotated around. Again, don't know why, but the game loves to take something I'm building and then go, oh, you want it rotated 180 degrees for the next one, right? And no, I do not. 8 and 8 and 8 and 8. Given that this is the only thing I'm using quartz crystals for, this should be fine. Can't imagine why it wouldn't be. You could make a mirror blueprint of it, yeah, but I'd have to manually make it, and you better believe that's out of the question. So overcome my quartz from here, and they're quite close on this side, so that should be no problem. Just slam it right in here. Actually, couldn't I do it from one side to the other? As in make this before I make the cutoff? Or the bus cutter, or whatever we call it. My big old bus slicer. Ooh, is this gonna cut? Right. Slight limitation with the bus splitter. It also probably should be mirrored, but we're not mirroring it. But that's okay. It is of no real consequence to simply bend around it. There we go. Out it goes. Along it flows, and we can ride with it. Ooh. But we don't ride inside you. The manifold fills up. And maybe it's kinder to let it fill up before it actually starts operations. But first, let's give them orders, right? Very simple. Make me crystals. Top ones first. Doot, 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 doot. Bottom one's a little harder to reach. Isn't there a way to see if they have problems? Yeah, we could use the light for that. Let's power you up some way, somehow. Oh, well, I'm glad we checked for the lights because I did completely forget that these do need to be linked up. And now I'm seeing a lot of green. I do see some yellow, and the yellow is because they still need their quartz crystal. And that's okay, that'll take a while for it to manifold because I'm fairly certain they'll get what they need. Yes, although this is pretty much consuming all of my quartz, so there's an argument that I should have made it quartz crystal before. But now we have the flexibility. If we need a little bit of silica up here for whatever reason, we can still make it up here, and that's the point of the bus. Flexibility. I think that's the point of the bus. That's probably not the real point of buses. Kalpa, you'd have to tell me. You seem vaguely in line with this. You seem vaguely in line with being up here. Have you put on big signs to show what is made where yet? On the map? Absolutely not. I want to write this up as well. Why is it going in reverse? Oh, yeah, that. This, of course, doesn't go the correct way. We need to bring it out from the other side because I designed this thing incorrectly. At least for most things it will be incorrect. Only for the output, though. That seems like the right place. Now, processed, you're coming up here. But in what capacity? I want to bring you along with this. I think I'll just have you side by side with that one, but that could cause me problems. I foresee problems. Problems of congestion where I have too many lines coming along, back, and then curving around. I could only do a few before this gets choked up for entry. However, that's only if they come in from the back. If I then move to feeding them from the front, it'll be fine. So let's believe it'll be fine. And this is probably not something that we're going to have in such serious bulk that we need even more, right? Give me the hole. No, it doesn't want to give me the hole. Huzzah! Give me this. What was this again? This was under blueprints on the bus for the bus buffer. At this point it's not necessarily correct, but it's correct enough. Is that perfect? No, it was off by one. There we go. Why does that not auto-connect? Because it's on the wrong bit of the blueprint. I need you on, for now at least, default auto-connect. And I think I need you right there. Does that look right? It looks perfect. More perfect than perfect cell, but don't tell him I said that. Grab this. And then this time we can have it on Blueprint Auto-Connect because I can attach it here. No, I cannot. Why is that not the case? I think it's because it's not aligned with this stuff down in the bottom. Oops, wrong kind of destruction. I think what I could do is have you along from here. That's also not quite right. It's almost right, though. Hey, there we go. That lines up. I think I was snapping onto the wrong thing then. This thing was designed so that it snaps onto my grids here. Yes, yes. It's like a chunk-aligned blueprint in Factorio. Do I want even more buffers? Hell yeah, I want buffers. I love buffers. Plus, I just really like how the way it's set up like this, it comes straight out of the bottom part of the top one into the top part of the bus itself. But then, I like many things. And we have learned not to put the splitter on before doing everything else here. A surely valuable lesson. You should put signs like the ones you put on your bus buffers. For example, you could use some signs in front of each machine array with the expected output ratio and the type part was produced. I agree with one word in that sentence, and that is could. I could do that. I will not do that, however, because that's trying to attain a level of perfection that I'm not going for in this run. To be honest, I'm going for beating this run, but at least beating it through automation and not through hand feeding. I want something I'll be happy with, but probably not something that's going to rock anybody's world. At least not in a positive sense. Sorry, that might have come across as rude, and it probably was. I have something I'm trying to do, and I'm okay with that. It says that that's... Oh, God, why are you actually bending at the end there? Did I make you curvy or something? I guess I could give you a bit of clearance, but what in the world did I do with that first belt? Oh God, what did I do with that first belt? It was never in line, was it? No, it looks like it was not. It's vaguely amusing, but also hugely off-putting. That's okay though, we can solve our problems. Wait, did I build that Mark II? I keep hitting E when I should be pressing R to change certain things here. Alright, well, when in doubt, just fix it like so. Clues in the name, fix it. Although maybe next time, don't build backwards like that. For your second off-screen run, yeah, and that is a real thing that will be happening, for better or for worse. Don't you want to connect here? Did I select the wrong thing to build off of? I think I did. There we go, that makes a lot more sense. There we go! The quartz crystal now flows and joins the bus in significant quantity, and yet possibly not the correct quantity. I quite like my rainbow pipes. The fact that you have the little fix-it generic colour between them simply accentuates the colours that exist. If everything's colourful, nothing's colourful. Okay, but now that we have the quartz crystal, what are we wanting to do with them? I want to start making circuit boards, computers, and the fancy stuff, but one thing that I have never automated in this game, and probably should, is the crystal oscillator. Quartz crystal, cables, reinforced plates. I don't like the reliance on reinforced iron plates. That's... yeah. But I quite like the reliance on the AI limiter. Production rate increases, reliance on quartz goes down, the reliance on rubber goes up, and rubber is a hot commodity. But we can always make more rubber. So we're making AI limiters now. What do you think's better, chat? Plastic ones or regular ones? Plastic is also a hot commodity. Either way, I'm going to have to make quick wire first. I might be able to get away from using copper sheets altogether. I didn't need any heat sinks. Ooh, I could even get away from using them in heat exchangers, which would be nice. So we could go for the copper sheetless build, because I would like to press those. Yeah, let's make the copper sheetless build. So that means the AI limiter is going to be made out of plastic. The base recipe of quartz crystal oscillators can boil down to just iron and quartz. Yes, it can. But should it? Again, I don't like the reliance on my reinforced metal plates because they're not made in particularly bulky amounts, and I'm probably going to want this iron ore later for making fix-it trigons. Okay, you can't tell because it's backed up, but my production of these things is slow. And whenever I want to make more, I need to make a lot more screws, and I'm just not happy with the ratios here. We'll use rubber. You can use stitched iron plate recipe and then use iron wire. Yeah, or you could use screws, which are made of iron as well. Kalpa sees screws and something inside him snaps. I wanted it uncomplicated, so I used screws. Besides, the reinforced iron plates were not something that one uses a lot of. So we decided we need AI limiters. AI limiters, plastic, quick wire. That means we need quick wire. We're definitely making fused quick wire here. It's faster, it's much more effective on the caterium. Makes 90 a minute, made in assemblers. I can see myself needing a lot of quick wire. 90 a minute though. So what is that? I could totally see myself needing a ton of quick wire. Yeah, some of the big things need a lot of it, so I should definitely make 2 Mark 6 jubs of it. So that's 2400 over 90, right? So we'll do 32 of these underclocked. Feels nice just to be able to slam down 32 of something like it's no big deal, because at this point it is not. So give me 8 times... They are made in assemblers, right? I'll just believe that they are. Innie and outie. Looking good. Looking cool, Joker. Visit my factory, see some screws. Oh, is it 0 screws? And once again, the game rotated it for me. I wonder if it's because I changed my position. Let me do this. If I look at it from another perspective, is it going to want to change its orientation again? No, it doesn't. So why does it keep changing orientation? Anyway, 8, 16, 24, 32. It's really that simple. Get it wired up and get it fired up. Why did I build it so far away? What's all this space here for? I guess it's of no real consequence, but what was I thinking? Okay, you there, you know your job. It's to make me fused quick wire. However, I want you brought down to... Oh, crivens, what was it? 26 point many sixes divided by 32. 83.33333. Is that right? Is that what I used over here? Because it should be the same ratio issue. I used 88. Is that even correct? I'm unsure of myself now. No, because this I did 20 of something. It was 20 over some other bizarre number. I can believe 83. It feels right. 83 point many threes. And then we're making 75 quick wire times my 32 devices for 2 full Mark maximum belts. Copy and paste the design everywhere. And feel very happy. Stanley was happy. Did we get him? Not yet, sir. Feeding in ingots, caterium, and copper. Let's go get him. Why, they would be at the very end here. When I first set up this bus, I didn't think I'd be using that part at all, but then I came to realize probably pretty good to segregate computer stuff from more, I don't know, mechanical stuff. We're not making any mechanical computers around here. I need you fed out over there, so this seems like a fine place to cut. And cut. And please do not delete that. Ada will be on my case if I have to rebuild it. And let's get the old bus smasher going. And as we've learned, the bus smasher only works in one direction, which is tragic, but... well... Did I build that right? I guess so. And then another one over here, such that we're not in Clipsville. Should be able to fit down here without any real issues. Now, one big elephant in the room that we've not addressed is the need for copper powder. That is a concern. But we already have a copper powder facility. I'm quite certain it doesn't make enough copper powder, so the question will be, do we build another one, or do we enhance it? Or just hope that it works? I don't know. Nuclear pasta requires a ton of copper powder. But copper powder is something that definitely doesn't go on the bus. That's far too large a quantity good for that. So we'll need to figure that one out. But we'll figure out when we get to it. Nuclear pasta is very late in the production chain, which makes no sense for us being in phase 5 when we haven't even automated that kind of stuff. But we had it sorted in our own way. Ship more copper there to be processed. Train the copper powder. I didn't want to give the train lobby any more fuel to throw at me, so I didn't use the T word. But it is a consideration. Alright, if you just don't give me any bendy tips, we're good here. It's giving me a bendy tip, I can see it. Look at that, not bendy, bendy. Not bendy, bendy. I do not understand what it's doing, and I certainly don't understand why coming out of straight mode makes it more straight. Well, those bendy tips lead to some wild rides over time. Drone the empty cubes there, and then fill them up and bring them back. Oh, I like that idea a lot, Protozomac. Alright, you're on the design team now. That was good. Really good. Excitingly good. Yeah, I've wanted to use drones, and we haven't had a good use case for them yet. The time crystals are a good use case, actually. I believe we need time crystals for some advanced stuff. Time crystals. Here we go, time crystals. Yeah, I need them for neural, quanto, Watsits. I don't need them for the dark matter trap. We have other ways of doing that. I think I can set up a loop with dark matter crystallization that'll be self-feeding. And if I do need to make power shards for anything, then we'll want that as well, but yes. Ooh, this is it might actually be that time crystals are only used for neural quantum processor, essentially, because I don't think we need synthetic power shards. I've got 1,000 of these things locked away. So the time crystals could be something droned in, not even for the bus, but just fed into this. Although I'd probably shove them on the bus, you know. Let's not wimp out, shall we? Let's split. Don't worry, this isn't as hideous as it looks yet. When you hear "don't worry," don't you think, okay, it's time to worry? Nobody tells you not to worry if it's not something to be concerned about. There we go, fused caterium. Making all the quick-wire man could ever need. Are we going to be able to process this? Oh, Christ, I'm going to make a lot more than we can even manage, right? These are making 72, and I've got how many of them? Well, we already know that we're making 2 lines of this stuff. So, let's be ready for that, shall we? This is halfway, right? 8, 8, 8, 8. Oh, 4, 4, 4, 4, but that's fine. So you're not coming out of here. We're going to do this. Same as we did before. Ups the daisy and along. Do we care about them being balanced? No, because again, we're going to get them balanced over there, so it's no big deal. Might be a slightly big deal getting you out of here, though. How dare this get in our way? Alright, begin the spaghetti. Continue the spaghetti. Hey! Beautiful clearance. Oh, I love it. I continue to love it. Could I do yet more clearance? How frisky do you feel? Oh yeah, oh yes! He has never clipped in his life. Oh, that's good. That's so good. Now this has become pressurized copper ingots. Fits like a glove. Well, the glove parts do at least. Thank you, Dr. Breen. That wasn't Breen, was it? Oof, who's a bigger Half-Life fan than me? Dr. Kleiner, that's his name. I like the curvy ones. I like them a lot. Makes a nice wave function there as well. Right, you're coming back for the belt. Although one wonders, should I even be doing this given that I know quick wire is needed by the many for everything I'm doing? Maybe, just maybe, rather than busing it, we should just have it go straight along here. Because if I put it on the bus and pull it off, it's just causing more problems. However, it's only causing short-term problems, as in putting it on the bus and taking it off the bus. And I don't mind short-term problems. I don't trust straight. This feels like something I could have double down already, but it needs the clearance, so I will have these just side by side. It's no big deal. We're getting closer. We're getting ever closer to actually setting up the train system. And nobody's more excited about that than I am. Because nobody's bloody excited at all. Alright, come on, ups the daisy. Are you going to clip? Yes, and as a man who has never clipped in his life, that's unacceptable. So I'm going to bring you up here first. Goody goody. I like caterium. I think it's that golden sheen that it has. Reminds me of Christmas. A lot of red, silver, gold, green. Christmas was a good time. It's one of the tragic things about adulthood. As soon as you can just buy whatever you want, whenever you want, kind of lose the magic of celebrations like that, where you might get some toys or games or whatnot that you've wanted. Anyway, don't intend this to be melancholic. It's just a thought I had when looking at delightful quick wire. Wonder if there are better ways that I could be setting this up. Feels like a lot of manual work building this bus. If this were Factorio, I'd have bus blueprints by now that I just slammed down for moving things around. And I suppose for basic stuff like just building this across on the underbelly, that could certainly be done. I just feel like it would go wrong in a number of ways. But why do I have these feelings? You'll love Fixmas then. So when I was looking up points dumping in the game, not in the channel, there were mention of Fixmas items, including Fixmas real snow. And what else was there? Fixmas candy canes. I'll concede I'm a little curious about what that was all about. But I'm guessing that happens, shockingly, at Christmas. Just an assumption, of course. Now hold your horses here. I'm feeding in 2. How do we double feed here? Like so? I guess so. You go hither, and you go dither. Still got plenty of space to feed in here directly, but beyond that it's going to have to come from that side, which I have given myself clearance for by Galaxy Brain lowering the copper cables. Although I still feel the better move would have been to copper cable at the back here, but that's okay. We will leave this not as a fault, but as a sign of our evolving knowledge as the situation itself changes with us. I should probably check that that quick wire is actually flowing through. That looks pretty on the belt to me. Ah, but we of course made a grievous error here. You should have been connected like so. Very good. Now, AI limiters. Now that we have caterium stretched into wire and we have plastic, we can build AI limiters. See, thundering ahead with factory work. It feels good. Why am I doing this instead of building my rotors and motors and things? We had a problem earlier with motors and I never did solve it. I didn't want to make the rigger motor, did I? Surely not. 3 to 6 is a whole lot better than 2 to 1, but it requires these expensive oscillators. Whereas you... might still be better to do the rigger motor. It is faster and that output is hard to deny. I was thinking stators and rigger motors are nice and cheap and easy. And they are, but I want to lessen the strain on my steel tubes. And I know my steel tubes get awfully strained. Electric motor is another interesting one here, isn't it? Still need stators. But the ratio's pretty good, 2 to 1. That's the same in the motors. 3 stators for 2? 2 into 2? No, probably a rigger motor, right? I'm just wondering if I could spare those crystal oscillators. Depends on how many crystal oscillators we make, and we're just about to make them, so we'll do that. AIs, crystal oscillators, stators, rotors, motors. And then if we need our circuits, we can get to work on that as well. Yeah, it's just one of those games with the constant distractions. There was another game I was playing recently that just felt like constant distractions. Can anyone remember what it was? It took me forever to get one thing done because I kept getting pulled away for something else. In my heart of hearts, it was 7 Days to Die, but I don't think that's the case. 7 Days to Die is a bit more focused than this. It's also a great game, by the way. I never thought early access, open world survival crafting zombie game could actually be as much fun as 7 Days to Die ended up being. That game was so good. Had its faults, of course, and it frankly still felt like an early access game. But what it did so well. Graveyard Keeper, that's exactly it, Kino, thank you. Graveyard Keeper was a game of just nothing but distractions. Which is a shame, because I loved that game until I didn't love it anymore. It certainly had its faults. Any plans to go back to 7 Days to Die? No, I saw it has an update. It got delayed, actually, the update. But I did read through it, and I thought, that'd be nice to do again, but I thought against it. No, thank you. What do we do here again? We default auto-connect. And I managed to forget how far out we place this thing. I really forgot how far out we placed this thing. Also, I didn't place you out in the right amount, did I? No, I just didn't extend you out. Whatever, if we don't know, then anywhere's good. That seems good-ish. Do I want it out as far as possible, though? No, I think I want it out to here. Is that right? Does that seem right to anyone? Looks pretty good. Although it also looks shorter and stubbier. Is that a problem? Kind of. I will not suffer that. Yeah, okay, so we do pull these out to maximum length. Such is what I get for not building this out as far as possible while the going is good. Kind of okay. Oh wow, right, so you catch it and then you pull it out a long way. That's kind of cool, actually. So I can drive that out further if I want to. We're fine, I'm just setting this up so I can pull things under them without faffing around later on. AI limiters. AI limiters are going to require plastic and the quick wire that I just made. They require a lot of quick wire. Do I require a lot of AI limiters, though? They're needed in my crystal oscillators. They're needed in electromagnetic control rods, but not necessarily. Two to make two, or one of these to make two, but two of you will require, the way I'm making them, 30 quick wire. One of you will require a lot more quick wire. So the answer I'm getting here is... Actually, it's the same if I use the silicone high-speed connector. But I just said I don't want to bother with silicon, so... I guess we're making these out of AI limiters then. Might mean I need a fair few of these. Let's just wham down a bunch of these then. 120 per minute. If I make 10 of these, it's going to require an entire line of quick wire. Am I going to need much, much more quick wire than I've already made here? I think the answer is yes, and I think what I do is I make another setup of this with quick wire, and it feeds exclusively into computer making things here. Because yeah, 10 of those, well, one load of that to make 10 batches of AI limiters coming out is one thing. But what's the next thing quick wire is going to be needed for? Might even just do high-speed connectors straight after the AI limiter. Get the proverbial quick wire band-aid pulled off immediately. 210 per minute. I'm crying blood over that. And they're needed for computers as well. Yeah. Crikey. Not needed, actually. We could make it without that. But I'd probably want to use quick wire to slacken off the plastic demands. Oh, what about the crystal computer? Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, the circuit board thing is cheaper, although circuit boards are hardly the big issue. But slacking off on my requirements for rubber and plastic are very okay. Right then. These are a lot of thoughts to have when all I'm thinking right now is how badly I need to take a water break, especially after all that DDR. So how about you just look at the mesmerizing flow of the quick wire, and I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, the question comes in, wouldn't it be a net +1 rubber to make the eye limiters out of rubber? What? They can't be made of rubber, they can be made of copper sheets, or they can be made out of plastic. Maybe you mean the... What do you mean? Computers? I think it was a computer that could be made out of rubber. That might be what you mean, but I still think crystal computer is the way forward. Takes 7 rubber to make one of these things, which will make 2 computers, or 6 rubber to make 1 computer. Or a ton of plastic to make 1, so I definitely want to go down the crystal route. And I want to make my crystal oscillators out of rubber. You must have meant the computer. Yeah. Maybe... Yeah, you would be right if this crystal computer didn't output 2 computers instead of 1. But it does, so it's certainly what we're eyeing up. So yes, I want crystal oscillators up the wazoo. And for that we need our AI limiters. And for that we're going to need a whole lot more quick wire. So we're going to double this quick wire production facility and have it dedicated to making stuff for our computers. Fortunately, I suspect that we are not making full use of this copper. I hope not. Certainly not making full use of the caterium. So hopefully I can bring over the same amount and we'll be fine. I would like a number on this actually. What is the throughput? Frankly, on both of you. I'm hoping for at most 600. But that doesn't look like 600, does it? could still branch it off and take... If this is how much... Well, actually, we know how much is needed for this, don't we? They're consuming 31.25 per minute, and there are 32 of them, right? Wow, painful. So at full production, this is going to be eating 1,000 of them. One wonders why it isn't working at full production then. Do notice a bit of yellow over here. You're backed up. You shouldn't be backed up. We should be able to make all of this flow. Did I get something wrong with my numbers? I'm making 75 per minute and I have 32 machines. But it is split in half, unless I split in the wrong place. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh. Why is this stalling? Why indeed is that not flowing at just full pelt? At least until the storage things are full. These are indeed conveyor lifts at Super Mark 6 rate. Going into here on Mark 6s, not filled up yet. This is whatever, this will be fixed later on, but why is that not running full pelt? Is it because it was already backed up? Yeah, that might actually be it. It's taking a while for them to empty out of what they have. So the front ones are fine. It's just a manifold issue, of course. Yes, because this one's slowly running down, and once it's run down, all the others will run down. So it's not actually an issue. Even so, I'm slightly concerned about how I can make more of this, or more out of this. Because I'm going to need 1,000 copper on this. And then that means I need 500 copper if I wanted to make another dedicated one. And I do still want to make a dedicated one, but do I have that kind of copper flowing in? I'm not so sure I will. I might make it anyway, and then the copper will slowly drain out of the buffer, and then I will be somewhat forced to go and bring in more copper. But yes, currently coming up we have 2 of these, which may or may not be running at full pelt, because I cannot remember the copper setup I made. Can anyone remember the copper setup I made? Thought I made it right next to my iron. Where was the copper from? It's a pure node of copper. Pure node of copper, you say? We can figure out what we're doing with that. Wow. We make a ton of copper, so we are actually pretty okay on that one. Right, never mind then. We can solve all of our problems by increasing the throughput. Yeah, my concern was I would not have the copper to sustain this. I was channeling my Lord Woolsack and not my Sir Longarm. So we're going to pull even more copper, and we're going to make at least 50% more quick wire. And that quick wire will be dedicated towards AI limiters. And those AI limiters are probably going to be mostly made for crystal oscillators. Do they have any other use? I will need a few for supercomputers and maybe for electromagnetic control rods. Maybe. Yeah, probably. Probably rather use the AI limiters. Well, that just tells me I'm going to need a bunch of them, and I'm okay with that. Feels like compared to Factorio, the goods that you make in this game have far fewer uses. You make a rotor and it's used in 2, maybe 3 recipes. You make a blue circuit in Factorio and it's used for 10 different things, at least. Am I to say one is better than the other? I'm not sure. Also, I feel the game kind of chugging at this point. Probably when you have a lot of factories to look at once. I don't know if it renders things that you don't see. Surely it does. It's a multiplayer game. Right, so more of that copper over here, please. The same caterium line will work fine, though. You're not counting the buildings, Jake. I'm not. In what? I don't get the context there. Which means I probably don't need to worry. Correction, I won't worry, regardless of whether I should or should not. Why did that connect? It didn't connect what I was setting up there. Oh well. Any concerns? Clipping, you say? But it does flow fine, right? Seems to flow a-okay. Yeah, I'm confused what you mean by I'm not counting the buildings. There's probably a number of buildings I'm not counting, but in what context? The recipes for the buildings. Oh, you mean in terms of you can't use this for that because it's needed for this and that, yes. But I was counting that for both Factorio and for this game. I suppose the difference is you build the buildings in your inventory in Factorio. I suppose. Right, you there. You need to be split. Because it's time to split. I guess now I'm somewhat grateful that I gave myself as much space as I did for bringing you over. For your coming over here. Excellent. Now as you slowly fill up with that, we bring back the copper as well. At our convenience and hopefully happy in the knowledge that this copper is going to meet demand for now. Kind of not looking forward to the moment where I have to go back down onto the ground level and start meeting demand, because there's no way we have everything that we need up here. Steel, for example, I am certain we don't make enough steel for all of those steel goods that we're making. And I haven't even started making steel beams. I know I need steel beams for something, I can't remember what, but I never made them because that's not a problem yet. But it will be, and steel beams need steel. That's one of the few steel things that you can't just fob off with just using iron instead. Not that we do that, the iron ones seem quite poor as recipes go. But they are lazy, and lazy is sometimes good. I feel like we've got the bendy tip here again. It feels like it's kind of slowly edging off to the side, but oh well. We're here now. And, of course, that's right in the way of this thing coming out. But that's okay. This thing exists to come out like so. And very specifically feed AI limiters, because I'm going to need a ton of those for crystal oscillators. So, AI limiter factory. I will feed you enough quick wire to run 10 of these things, which means I'm going to run 16 of them and underclock them. You're made in an assembler. Well, that makes my life easier. So give me my assembler blueprint. The more of these things we do, the closer we edge towards having to build up a train network to get our other goodies in. How exciting. I really wish you could just connect closer, but then why do you connect there? I thought it wouldn't connect unless it's going to another belt, but it seems happy to connect there. I guess I'm not unhappy with you doing that. Well, I am when you aren't happy with the conveyor belt shape. Rat finks. Yeah, that's fine. Is it fine? No, it's not. I don't want that connected up there. Do not auto-connect, please. If you're not auto-connecting, can we just cozy up a little bit? Cozy is good. And then you can do auto-connect shenanigans, which again, it flipped around for. I'm grateful that they made the lines connect as far as they do here. The power lines, that is. Right. Actually, I do think I wanted you in there, didn't I? On the grounds that you're needed for this, of course. You go, and along you go, and along you go. You people are making me AI limiters. There we go. Is this really better? Ooh, it got rid of my filtering. Yes, because the difference is I'm making 2 here. Plastic is in many ways more expensive than pressed copper sheets, but caterium is another concern altogether, so I'm happy with that. I'm not happy at this rate, though. I know I can have 10 of them. I have made 16 of them, so I want them at 62.5%. 62.5% clock speed, please. Was that right? 62? No, 62.2. 62.5. Good. Numbers are hard. I like them, but they're hard. Wonderful. And now we bring over more. Starting with plastics. Losing certainty in steel is not allowed, says C-Space. By the way, how much plastic does this thing consume? I forget how much plastic I brought up, and I definitely should have made a note of it. But this is going to be consuming 280 plastic per minute. I guess that's allowable. And the plastic is here to feed my computer needs. And feed it shall. Yeah, what about the certainty in plastic? What about the certainty in silicon? Does the codex support that? I guess the certainty in plasteel doesn't have the same ring to it. Keep hitting E instead of R. Blunder of the century right there. Why did I build this thing so far away? Just making problems for myself. I'm sure I had a good reason. Alright, there we go. Very slowly make me loads of AI limiters. Making 5 per minute times 16. That's 90 a minute. But when I think of my crystal oscillators... Okay, that's going to support loads of crystal oscillators. The only problem, I suppose, is that I need a lot of them. The AI limiters themselves are also going to be needed for control rods and supercomputers. So let's assume this is all the AI limiters we're ever going to need. But knowing that they're needed for multiple goods is all the casus belli I need to bring them onto the bus. The mega bus. You can change the belt tier by hitting E. Oh yeah, and it's something I keep doing accidentally. Mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But it's R to change the build mode, so I keep fat fingering changing the type rather than... It's not even fat fingering, it's brain problems. Of which I have many. Yeah, it's a little bit too clipper for me. I have 700 hours and I didn't know... How do you not even do that by accident? Gosh, the mind boggles. Alright, let's just bring you all the way up here, if you'd be so kind as to reach that far. It would. It would. Well, that's nice. And then I don't trust myself figuring out this from that end, so we'll go here. I also just figured you can change direction of lifts. Yeah, that one's pressing R. Do you just never press E or R when playing the game? Baffling, but then I remember I've had situations like that in games before. The one that always sticks in mind is Resettier. I went the entire game. I beat the entire game without realizing you could press left or right in the stores. This is off-center. Why do we keep going off-center? Is it? No, I'm imagining the off-centerness. Okay. Glad we had this talk. Yeah, so went through the whole game just selling swords and food. Didn't realize you could get armor, didn't realize you could get accessories, didn't realize you could get books. That bleeding brat coming in going, oh, you got any books? And I'm always having to go, I have to dungeon dive for books? Ruining my combos here, lass. Anyway, excellent exercises in humility, making mistakes like that. That was again me hitting E instead of R. But now we have the limiters. Limiters join the bus. This hole was made for you. Since I can't imagine I'm going to have a ton of limiters, but I do love buffering, we're going to do what I do plenty of, and that is buffer. We also realize these things break if we put in the splitter before we put in both sides of this. So build that, then split, then get connecting. Feels really good being able to do the max tier belts just whenever I want. Starting to think I should probably move away from using default 5 now. Let's default 6. Gonna be less fat fingering that way as well. Well, one can dream. Well, I did it again. And there we go. One more good for the bus. I find this very satisfying. Especially when all the belts are nicely coordinated like this. We don't talk about the wires over there. But there we go. AI limiters are going to build up at a rate of 90 per minute. I think they stack to 50, so that buffer should fill up for a while. I like the buffers because it keeps these things running while I'm busy faffing around building the rest of the factory. That means that we're going to get that turbo surge of goods coming through, just in case my ratios are off. And they will be off because we've not been very tight on ratios. The way I see it, I can fix those at a later date. Uh-oh, don't tell me we've reached that point. The AI limiters were made so that I can make crystal oscillators. And the crystal oscillators are to make the crystal computers. So once we finish our crystal oscillator factory, it's time to go and get our many, many circuit boards by train. Ooh. Forgive me, I'm just too excited at the prospect. Now, crystal oscillators. We already crushed the quartz into crystals. We already have rubber on the belt. Or the bus, rather, and we've got the AI limiters. How many of these things do we want or need? We're going to be making slightly under 2 per minute per machine. I should have lots of quartz crystal, because that's pretty much all my quartz are for, so we can imagine we've got 1200 per minute of this. We're not going to be making 100 of these machines. The rubber I need to be a bit of a niggard with, because that is used in high amounts for... Not maybe so much for home modular engine. Could have swore this is used for something hefty. Ah, here we go, RCUs. And flexible frameworks if I go the rubber route for that. And cooling systems, and heat exchangers, and turbo motors. Yeah, so the more I slack off of rubber, the happier I'll be. Although, of course, increasing rubber production is a possibility. Well, anything's possible. I thought Jake was dead set against trains and Satisfactory. What changed his mind? The way that I'd have to set up silica and steamed copper pressing. I really didn't want to set up another raw goods operation. Whereas if I build a train, I can go and use the circuit factory that I made over here. I made it off stream. I said I wasn't going to build factories off stream, but you have to understand I'd just had one of my wisdom teeth popped out and I needed to take my mind off things, so I went and just built a factory. It's just been sinking for points this whole time, but now I could go over and just ransack it with a train. But that's distracting me from the matter at hand. How much of this am I going to do? Why don't I have 16 of them? Just 2 loads of 8. 2 loads of 8 manufacturers. It'd be nice if I could put in a number, like how many of these if I make 10 or 20 of them, but... Yeah, 13, 16, it's using like 200 of them for crystal oscillators, but we're confident we're going to need lots of crystal oscillators. Relatively confident I'll need a lot of them, yeah, for RCUs, rigger motors, even the superposition oscillator. Let's make 16. So let's go and grab our... He's even calling it RGO. No, RGO isn't raw goods operation, is it? It's something else. It's resource something operation. I don't know. I should know this, but I don't know this. Where are my... There we are, manufacturers. I love my manufacturing blueprint design. I can never be convinced not to love it. You're there, and you are the wrong way around. Oop. It's fine, that brings it closer to the bus, which is what I want it to be. Especially since 16 of these is pretty big. And it has once again flipped it. Why does it keep flipping it? At least I caught it that time. Now we have 12, and now we have 16. Resource gathering operation, thank you, that's what it is. No need to clock these one way or another. We just go in and we say, you make me crystal oscillators. Insulated crystal oscillators. This slacks off the cables. Is that a good idea? What's the point of making all these cables if I'm not making oscillators out of them? The point is automated wiring and high-speed connectors. However, they're not used in crystal computers. And I will not be making silicon high-speed connectors, so yeah, they're going to be used in HSCs. Very well then. Oh, but I never actually gave you all the orders. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and the final 16. Bring over quartz, rubber, and AI limiters. There's an argument that says just take the AI limiters off of here. It's a pretty good point. And this is mostly what I'm making AI limiters for. Spare the bus. Spare the rod. Alright, I'll do that. A bit bus defeating, but it's okay. I can even priority this one. Well, I don't think I want to prioritize it. You'll get half of the available ones, and that's your lot in life. Also lets me change this to a much cooler curve. Because curves are sexy. I do that not to link into this, but to give myself a chunk-aligned conveyor belt, which is better than not chunk-aligned conveyor belt. What? I beg your pardon? What level are you, anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4. You're the fourth one up. Wait, I did want that, because I did want to split it. Whoops. For some reason I got into my head that I didn't want to split these, but of course I do. Is that right? That is not right. But that is. Alright, there we go. Get fed your AI limiters, although you won't eat them until you get power. And of course these power things need to be connected manually, because the game just does not have a solution for that. These should be fairly slow to operate, right? 32 seconds to make one. They're going to have plenty of AI limiters for that. Rubber and quartz crystal then. Let's go. Quartz crystal is processed and therefore on top. Is it actually along one of my pre-built lines here or not? This doesn't look promising. No, it is not. Very well then. Blueprint, auto-connect. Come to me. Once again, it just keeps turning around, and once again, my alclad aluminium sheets are in short supply. I'm starting to wonder if I should blast over and just grab some more and make this easier. It's probably slightly faster than waiting for them, and would you look at that, I have Mark 6 belt to go and go. Whee! Gonna be a tragic day when I realize I need to severely up my aluminium factory here. This is so much work. Although granted, all the foundation is set up now, it would be very trivial to expand this operation, but still. It felt like more than a man could possibly need. Why is this... Oh, this is going to the... I thought this was being dumped straight out of here. No, it's being dimensionally uploaded. Anyway, evidently I need many, many hundreds of these, so please give me about half of what you have. I'm just saying, in Factorio, this would be a single click. Ah, it's all working very smoothly. Look at all those green lights. Somebody told me this stuff wouldn't work. Looks pretty working to me. Has room for improvement, though. I think we have a not fully clocked Mark II miner down there. So it would not be difficult to increase my aluminium resource gathering operation. And it shall be done. Smack. The hypertube is not a problem, because it's very easy to turn yourself around without really losing a lot of momentum. Where was I? I believe there was some additional busing going on. That doesn't look very auto-connecting, does it? Did I build you the wrong way? I absolutely did, didn't I? Well, I'm not taking responsibility for that. The game just loves to keep changing the direction at which I'm... Oh, loves to keep changing the direction or orientation of this. Blueprint auto-connect, like so, please. And then do it again, please, without turning around. And a couple more times with gusto. Splendid. Except... not quite willing to make this blueprint out of time crystals and whatnot, because I will not have the resources to smash them down willy-nilly. So these ones still have to be by hand upgraded. Anyway, the point is the rubber and the crystals come out here, and I came here for my crystals. 1, 2, 3, away you go. And we build the splitter. It's vaguely in line, that's fine. That is not fine. I hope I'm not causing any problems for myself dragging this along when there are not all the belts here. But this is the first time I've had to drag something along from the top to bring down to the bottom. At least I think it is. Just bring it down and split it around? I guess so. I feel like it's a little off-center. Like if it were here, it'd be a lot easier to split without concern. Can't imagine this being a problem. Is a lie. Let's do it like that. Yeah, because none of these align with what we did to drag that down. Okay, I'm okay with that. But I want my hole. How could you play 700 hours and not know how to reverse that? Wouldn't you have ran into this exact problem where, oh, why can it only go one way? And then think, maybe there's a way to fix this. Is such a thing even possible? I'm baffled. Beyond baffled. I think you're having me on. It's rage bait. Don't give in. Rubber will take the bottom one since it's already quite low down. This is hell on high water to eyeball, but I'm going to go with you. And if it's slightly off, we can cope with that. It's fine using Mark 5s. It's impossible to make use of Mark 6 here anyway. It's Mark 6 getting split, so wouldn't make any difference if we used Mark 6s here. Which of course means these don't need to be Mark 6, but I like to keep it like that so that we have the flexibility of design. Right, they move on in. Now on comes the rubber. Yeah, I didn't change my quick bar lift, and that's probably a good thing to do, otherwise I'm going to make that mistake that I just made several more times. Conveyor 6 on 7. It would even actually visually updated there. Where's my rubber? Here we go. Flew right over it. Black on black was hard to distinguish. That seems good. And let's bring it out this side. At this point I got so many Mark 5 belts everywhere, it's very easy to just pipette tool it and bring it along. I'm so happy with this thing. If it just would latch on to the existing bus, it would save me, I don't know, 20 seconds per splitting off of the bus, which I'm probably going to have to do at least 100 times, so what's 100 times 20 seconds? Think of all the time they could have saved me at Coffee Stain Studios. 100 times 20 seconds, a fair bit of time. Well, 3 into it is a minute. So let's say it's at least half an hour. Alright, let's big it up over here. That looks like it's 1, 2, 3 above. So we go 1, 2, 3 above. Yeah, I love back of the envelopes maths. Just what seems right. Okay, that's good enough. Come on now. Tuck in. And there we go. You get rubber. You get quartz crystals. You get AI limiters. And I receive a very slow trickle of crystal oscillators. Crystal oscillators are used for the crystal computer. Last chance to back out of using the crystal computer. Caterium computer is not unthinkable. It is unthinkable. The game just crashed. Oh no, I don't want to split that off the belt again. Okay, have your error report then. Send and close. Actually, send and restart. I want the game back, please. Did it save? Yeah, I've got autosaves on. Question is, when was our last autosave? A question I'm not sure I want the answer to. Big old warning about playing experimental builds. Please don't hurt me. Last autosave was at 4:53. It's 5 o'clock dead, so 7 minutes. 6 minutes gone. Given the downtime, more like 5 minutes. Guess we're splitting off the belt again. Does seem to crash about 1 time per stream. The game's been up for 3.5 hours. Does seem like it gets less stable the longer it gets played. Oh, we got a double split off the belt. Oh well. You know what? Let's change autosave to 5 minutes. It does lag the game a bit, which does get a bit distracting, but it's less distracting than losing progress. Losing progress is suck. And that also means we need to reset you on number 7. There we go. Gotta go. Yeah, I don't think I sell the experience very well here, but that's part of why I don't like doing any sponsored content, or rather I don't do any sponsored content, period. I don't like that pressure that I need to show off what I'm doing particularly well, because I'm getting paid for it. Now, you don't have to, but you know how it is. Please promote our game, but you know, if you don't promote it the way we want, don't expect to be asked again. I'd rather just not deal with that, period. Not deal with that, period. Down you come, and I eyeballed this correctly. Can I eyeball it correctly again? Maybe. Well, I think I did it correctly. Well, that's a bad sign that straight won't do it, but curve will do it. Oh, we like curves. Jake, I can't stay for Autism Power Hour, but did you see the upcoming 7 Days to Die content? Yes. I saw that it got delayed, but it brings in a new zombie and a new tier of zombies. That new tier of zombies is something I was actually desiring because the game doesn't have a high enough level of difficulty. But paradoxically, it also doesn't have a high enough tier of power. You get too strong too quickly, and it takes a lot of the fun out of becoming even stronger because legendary stuff just isn't very good compared to the one tier below it. But, you know, more than anything, I need a challenge in that game. I did everything I could to make that game as back-breakingly difficult as I could, and I still curb-stomped it into jelly. Had an almost deathless run, but then we got critical vomited in the face, which did absurd damage, by the way. I was rewatching that, actually, and just lamenting at how unfair that death was, but it still happened, and I have to cope with that. Anyway, point is I want more challenge, and hopefully that will be more challenge. Does that mean we'll see a return to the channel of 7 Days to Die? That's quite unlikely. Ew. It's not often that I play a game more than once for a proper run. And it's almost unheard of that I do it more than twice, especially for games that are relatively long. Like that 7 Days to Die long play was several hours. How many severals? Dozens of hours. But that's not a no, it could happen. Absolutely not a no. Yeah, at the very least, I'm going to check it out. I actually already loaded up 7 Days to Die because I saw the update news and I went, ooh, update, I'll go check it out right now. And I was playing for about half an hour and I went, nothing's changed, everything's the same. Where are these new zombies? Until I realized that the announcement wasn't that the update was out, the announcement was that the update was delayed. So, of course, I wasn't getting any new content. But I still went around and smashed some POIs. It's a game where looting is incredibly fun. Oh, don't say that, Alexander. It's still too soon. It's still raw and hurts. Alright, now that we've done this, let's never do it again. I think this is episode 17. Might even be 18. Let's say 18. If I recall well, I was trying to look at the wonder of the caterium computer, because I am considering doing that instead. Wasn't my problem with rubber production. It's a lot of rubber to eat on computers. But computers are needed in a lot of things. Control units, radio control units, supercomputers. Crystal computers give me 2 per crystal oscillator, which I am making out of rubber. Wait, the whole point was to reduce rubber consumption, right? Yeah, sod the cateriums, spare the rubber. We'll make them out of crystal oscillators. But we need circuit boards for that, and we can delay it no longer, right? We have to go and get our... Oh, hold that thought. Have to go and get rid of our fog. What is all this nonsense? I don't want enable console 120 FPS. I want fog. I think it's called rfog 0. There we go. I like to be able to see. How do you fly? I fly because I have this, the hover pack. Made of motors, strong frames, computers, and aluminium, so it's quite far down in the tech tree. Prior to that, you can fly using the jetpack. Although you cannot hover in place, you can actually fly higher and faster with this. But, you know, be careful of landings that break your legs. And this is something that's much, much earlier in the tech tree. Jetpack only requires kind of basic resources. If you've got steel, you've got a jetpack. Although the jetpack uses different kinds of fuel. If you had to design an aesthetically pleasing factory, would you rather do it in Factory or Satisfactory? I'd probably rather do it in Factorio because it's going to be much easier to do. Satisfactory is so finicky in a lot of things, and I imagine that's doubly so when you try and make stuff aesthetic. But I think the end result would be a much better in Satisfactory. It would just take an order of magnitude longer. And it's very different aesthetics, isn't it? You made me lose my train of thought. It was something trains, but I'm trying to think of any way to put off getting trains. For example, I haven't made rotors, stators, or motors yet. And now that I have my crystal oscillators, I could certainly make my rigger motor. Just how many motors am I going to need anyway? The idea that you can make so many just by adding in a crystal oscillator is very tantalizing. Well, one thing, I need to put crystal oscillators onto the bus, and then I think I will make motors before I get training. Because screw train lovers, I'm going to make you wait, and you're going to love it. You have no choice. Can we clear this? I don't think we can clear this. So close. But sure enough, we are close. I think if we just immediately start taking some height, we might be able to get off of this thing. I'll take it. I will absolutely take it. We're just shaving a little bit off of the... not even. That's fine. But I still need you up there. I love wanging things onto the bus, especially from the underbelly here. I also like that this zoop limit just takes us to exactly where we need to be to add things onto the bus. Alright, it's not curve time. It's anything but curve time. But I need to work this backwards. Yeah, no, not that. It might be that pre-existing conveyor sealing belts are part of the reason why things sometimes go all askew. Jake, do you often use the alternate recipes? Oh yeah, very much so. Cool thing is, not all of them are better. They're just different uses. And sometimes you use a less good formula because you can't be ringed going and getting that silica, for example. This is probably going to be a silica-free bus, just because I can't be arsed. I could make silica on site, but it would be fairly low quantity, so... And silica's a high quantity good. Everything that needs it needs lots of it. Alright, time for the buffer of all buffers for... crystal oscillators. An unnecessarily large buffer. No one remind Jake of converters. Converters? I have to be minded before I can be reminded. Converters. Converters? Those are converters, alright. I can make things into other things using SAM, I believe. I still don't want to do that, though. Sounds like a massive energy drain, and it'll be very unsatisfying to have. Right, you get out here. And then get in there. And then before we split you, because we know that the game does not like splitters shoved directly into those for some reason. Hang on, is this going to work? Can you come out tightly enough here? No, we've already squeezed you as tight as one can squeeze. What a shame. I like that you can actually do S-bending in this. Quite good, tight S-bends, no less. There was a game I was playing not too long ago where S-bending was certainly not good and tight and easy. Can't mind what, though. You there, splitter. Easy does it. The acid recipe makes both silica and crystals in bulk. Just set it up while watching. Yeah, but the acid needs sulfur water, or is that nitric acid? I was eyeing that one up pre-stream thinking, ooh, that gets a lot of things. Where is it though? It's not the distilled silica, is it? Yeah, nitric acid with the quartz to make the quartz crystal, and then the dissolved stuff that we make the silica out of. So it's actually probably an excellent way to turn raw quartz into other bits, but it's complicated. Blenders, limestone, nitric acid, so water, the gas. Yeah, not bothering with that. Sounds like way too much work. I'm not here to do work. Thanks a lot, Jake. I just used your name for a seed and I boss swapped into Busted Crown. Yes. What's the matter? Afraid of no card rewards? Because I would be. Busted Crown is the single worst boss swap, and it's the worst by a huge margin. I'd rather have Cursed Key or Fusion Hammer, Ectoplasm, just not Busted Crown. Okay, so we said we would mortgage our problems. Hey, look at them very slowly come along. By building motors right now. This isn't right. What went wrong here? Oh, I bent my Wookiee. So this is what happens when the game hits me with that autosave. Anyway, I'm still going to leave you as is. Because you don't actually cause me any harm. You just cause psychic damage. Which might be overpowered in Gen 1, but it's not overpowered for me right now. Get me my Fix-It Blueprint Locking additions. Because it's time to make some motors. For which we need rotors and stators. Rotors and stators into motors. Lovely. Ada's about to slag me off, I can feel it. Because I'm about to build some glass foundation. And she hates glass foundation. She hates me building glass foundations. Ooh, pyramid is powerful. Pyramid is very powerful. You don't see me using the pyramid often. I don't know why. But it is powerful. Probably because it's not Sneko Eye, right? If it ain't Snecko Eye, what am I even doing? Hey, she's not laying into me. Probably because I didn't build a single one, right? Oh, wow. Ada's finally decided to shut it for a bit. Will wonders ever cease? I know I built that. Where did it go? Okay, good. It was actually done on on location. I love these glass floors, though. So good. Aurora Borealis. Right, I need to actually think about how these motors are getting made. I have all the ingredients, it's just which ones do I want to use in my rotors and stators. Well, this one's an easy choice, and it's steel rotor. I was going to challenge you to decide which one was obviously the right choice here, but yeah, it's steel rotor all the way. But then with the stator, I believe I said I wanted to use quick wire. Do I still believe that? Yeah, anything to shave off the requirements of steel pipes, which are very heavily in demand. Although quick wire isn't exactly never in demand. Hey, when I eventually make the high-speed circuit things, I'll be able to make these everywhere. That's something I should have automated a gorillion years ago, but, you know, this isn't a game about automation. That's a facade. Why is it ×3? It's ×6. That, of course, again, turned itself around? Maybe it didn't. Ooh. No, it did for the next one I tried to build, though. Imagine automating everything in order from the start. Could not be Jake. You see, I was focused on something called having fun in this game. And that paid dividends. So I had a ton of fun with this game. And I'm continuing to have tons of fun with this game. Well, maybe not tons when I have to set up all the RGOs, but it's a matter for the courts. Well, actually, it's Easter Sunday, almost, so it's more of an ecumenical matter. Glorious! Now, about those rotors, motors, stators, and co. Start with the rotor. Rotor is made in the assembler, uses wires and steel pipe. Wires top, steel pipes below, both are quite close to me. Quite close to me. How many rotors am I going to need? Rotors are used in smart plating for some reason. But they're used in both kinds of smart plating, so we are going to need a fair number of rotors. 2 per minute, huh? But the production of these rotors is quite decent. Quite a lot of wire, huh? Let's set up 16 rotor machines. Just eyeballing these things. No sense overthinking. And as I was volubly told early on in all of this, ratios are simply a suggestion when you have access to underclocking and overclocking. And that was very good advice. So thank you, whoever said that. I'll never forget your contribution. Default, auto-connect. Is it the right way around, though? Sure looks the right way around. And that's right, they're not going to be connected unless I connect them. Did I actually connect all the stator stuff, the oscillator stuff? Couldn't help but notice there's a lot of red over there. Nighttime is a great time to quickly check and see if everything's working. Yellow just means it's backed up, surely, but there shouldn't be red. Unless I vastly underestimated. Oh, hold on, this is a manifold problem, isn't it? No, it's not. It's a somehow I didn't give you a recipe problem. How did I miss you? I miss you as well. Good lord. Did I miss you as well? Good heavens. Right, you're all good now though, right? Well, good in the sense that you will eventually get the AI limiters that you need. Oh, this is cool. Proof that, yeah, exactly, I'm not colorblind. Oh boy, there must be a colorblind mode though for people that might struggle with that, right? I want my rotors made of steel. Certainty of steel and all that. And this time, let's try not to miss them when copy-pasting. I guess you can tell that you're hitting it with the copy-paste because it goes from red to yellow, but the way it outlines when you hover over it, that's very easy to miss. There we go. Could do with some Factorio-style programmable alerts for that kind of thing. Steel. Hold on. The steel pipes and the copper wire are all up here. Almost makes me wish that I had a layered factory, but I don't. Not that it's a big deal. I'm just going to branch you off as I do. And this time we're not going to make it all wonky. At least I'll try not to make it all wonky. Is that right? Well, if that's straight, then this is probably fine. I built the other one wonky without even noticing it as I built it. I had to get that little cut in there, Broken Jones. I'm so glad Modesty won the mod challenge. It would have been great if they'd failed so I could have somebody else's stream to mock for a bit. I've been getting it a fair bit recently. Where's my pound of flesh? I guess I can just bring you straight out. It's no big deal. Show me the hole. Nice thing about hole is we can just put you right in here. And it will auto-connect. Donk. Pretty cool animation that it does that. And then you come down and feed me, Seymour. It's fine. Can you make it all the way over here in one fell swoop? Naturally. Almost like I designed it as such. And then I want to do the same for my copper, which would be even easier if I just have it like so. So let's pre-build the copper feed. And drag it over willingly or not. I'm tempted to try streaming Nancy Drew. That would be an Oh, now we're talking. I can't get enough of the Drew crew. I forget if you mentioned it before, but was that your first time streaming there, Modesty? You did a good job of it. There is the stipulation to talk during your mod game for a reason. After all. The very first mod game challenge I can think of, the runner didn't talk at all, meaning they could just completely focus on the game. And I was thinking, I want to hear their woes and their struggles, and I'm not getting any. So, added that stipulation for my own sadistic benefit. It was also a really good run of Super Hexagon to watch. And it really puts people in their place who said there were no real achievable mod game challenges there. Ninja Gaiden's waiting for you. Don't tell me you're too casual for a game that's 35 years old. He can't stop taking his pound of flesh. Alright, there we go. On comes the copper, and out comes the rotors. But rotor is one thing, stator is another. The stator can be made out of exactly the same things, which is a little pause for consideration. But the steel pipe austerity tells me that I really should make the other type of it. So I will. I love me some super hex, but more than 5 minutes, it's migraine inducing. Oh. I'd love to make fun of you for that, you know I would, but migraines are serious business. I can handle more or less any pain, but not migraines. Pains in the head are... they're just no good. Kind of inescapable, perverse pain as well. Fortunately, though, I don't tend to get them often. In fact, the only time I can think of ever having had a migraine was when I was suffering from DDR-related heat stroke. A mistake that I think I only made twice. And after that, decided, you know, this sucks so much I never want to do it again. The migraine part, that is. So I invested in cooling. As the problem was largely that I was playing DDR in summer and I didn't have any kind of air conditioning. At least I think that's how it went down. I used a fan, but that fan was insufficient for my needs. It takes breaking my toe over even a small migraine. Broken toe. That is so funny to me. Because, you know, I mean, I'm sure it's tragic, but I keep thinking about your RimWorld character you submitted who had broken toe. Oh. Oh, it's good. Right, let there be, instead of assemblers, hold on, I didn't think about how many stators that I wanted. Stators, like rotors, are used in other things. Not just the motors, but high-speed wiring, electromagnetic rods. The production rate is seemingly faster, 8 per minute up from 5 per minute. So, although it looks like they're used slightly more, we might be able to get away with just having the same number of machines for them. Broken toe. Right, come now, there's work to be done. And yeah, I'm aware I'm not bussing the rotors yet. I'll let them fill up for now. I need my stators, specifically the quick-wire stator. Copy and keep on pasting. Missed you. Still missed you. Didn't miss you? I see. Could do more error colors. Currently being backed up is the same as not having enough input, which seems wrong. That's two very different kinds of information to want. Alright, well, let's do it again. Thank goodness for the steel buffer. Long ago, I made a really, really crappy steel mill. And it is crappy. Oh, it's so bad. However, it has dutifully continued to produce my goods. Without complaint. Or at least the complaints haven't reached me. Blueprint, auto-connect, boom. And more boom. Wow, I tore through that alclad aluminium sheeting. Absolutely ravaged the stuff. But not... Oh yeah, troublingly, the quick wire is over there, isn't it? Yeah, so I actually need both of these built up. Fortunately, you'll be ready in no time. That gives me time to bring down the what exactly? Hey, steel pipes. I've got those right here. I could solve my problems by simply dragging you along here without making another bus break offline. And it would serve the same purpose. Yes, very good, very good. Split her right here. Part of you making your way down to there. Curvy line, I don't mind. Get curvy. It's all the same to me. And then where are my little conveyor pole things? I like these a lot. Should have considered investing in them far earlier. Right, how far up do we need to be? That's perfect. Does that lower at all? If it lowers, it's not perfect. Actually, it doesn't matter. It's going to be lowered anyway when we get to the end. 1, 2, 3, 4th rung. Which again, it doesn't matter because it's going to be lowered to the 2nd rung. I'm okay with that. Anyway, hopefully I got enough time for my all-clad sheets because I need that quick wire over here. Get over here, get auto-connected, and boom. I slightly surprised myself by not bringing the quick wire across on Mark 6 belts. But that is something that I can upgrade when I need it brought over on Mark 6 belts. Ditto for you? Not quite yet. I do want you upgraded. If I ever want to upgrade all of these belts, that's going to be an undertaking, but fortunately there's no way I'm going to need them all upgraded. I will never need Mark 6 belts of heavy reinforced cubic things, whatever those are. But quick wire, possibly. Quartz, wires, I could see it happening, but yeah, not these. These could have conveyor belt Mark 1 and it would be fine. But why skimp out? Right, where were we at? You not existing and being augmented. Because I want you brought down here. Yeah, from there is fine. As close as we can to here. Broken toe. It's just... It's funny. I will not pretend that things that aren't funny. I will not pretend that things are funny are not funny. As former Prime Minister David Cameron said, I'm not saying it's not funny. It is for me. I've got loads of money. I've broken a toe twice as Finellis. It's quite an annoying thing. It's annoying is one way to put it. Right, you come down here. Straight, absolutely not. Curvy, even less so. Just default and It doesn't like default. Now I can see why it gives me the bendiness. Oh well, it's of very little concern to me. Just get your keister over here. And I need another hole. Doesn't really matter where in the lines these holes go. That's good. That is even better. Zoop. Ooh, maybe it does matter. You're a little too close here. I should have been bringing it out far to the edge so it doesn't conflict with this. That's not a big deal. Actually, that could potentially be a big deal. That's almost okay, but this is not. When bringing things down from the edge, do it from the very edge, because otherwise I'm infringing on the bus. We don't infringe on the bus. That's better, because the bus might grow. It's conceivable that I'd want a second line, especially for things like ingots. Don't want to do it like that, but it's possible. Go on, get curvy. I love how they do the curvy lines. I don't know how they manage to do it, though. That seems like a very non-trivial conundrum to solve for drawing out an object in real time in the game. I'm very impressed on a technical level with this game. Love to talk to their tech lead and find out about problems they had and how they solved them. But it would all fly right over my head. Wouldn't stop it being interesting, though. Now you operate. Now you bring in the stators, 8 a minute. Stators and rotors, prepare to join the bus. Do you bus and then become a motor? How do I make my motors again? Since the motors are being made right here, and motors are a vital part of making a lot of things, especially the turbo motor, it stands to reason that the motor can get top call off of both of these. So I will split them immediately before they reach the bus and have a motor factory here. Unfortunately, rigger motors require manufactories, although it's not really much of an unfortunate thing, is it? The question is, how many do I want? You make 7.5 per minute. I'll set up 8 manufactories, and it'll be trivial to expand if we need more. But this is the last thing I can do, reasonably, before I'm forced to go and build some trains. Forced at gunpoint, it feels like. I continue my stream as it happened. Well, you got a wee tooth fall out and you're bedridden. Well, it didn't fall out, it was popped out forcefully. And that anesthetic did not stick. I could feel every bit going on in there. Every nerve being... Okay, you probably don't want to hear this, especially if you're a wincy kind, but it was quite the experience. You're really starting to get close to the aluminium factory at this rate. Probably end up being quite easy to bus it over. No, go on, says Ninja. I'd rather not. Wasn't drones in the plan? Yes, we're going to drone over our time crystals, and we're going to drone over the frames for nuclear pasta. Deliver the empty frames, pick up the non-empty frames. Hopefully the drones can do that. I have not even built a drone in this game, so it'll be interesting to operate them. Right. Please render unto me my manufactories. By my count, I currently want 8 of you. Should be fine to keep you there. I love me manufactories. Love it even more when they properly auto-connect. You there. I want motor. I want rigger motor. Not rigor mortis, but rigger motor. See that lag spike there with the autosave? It's rather annoying, but I would not dare disable autosave in this game. He's crashed at least a half a dozen times over the course of this campaign. Still a better crash rate than we get out of, say, Europa Universalis 3. Or on-release EU4. Any on-release EU4 players around here? Those are mergers. I need splitters. Not a very stable game. Okay, out you come. I'll get you yay far, and then I'll consider how this stuff gets split up. As I recall, EU4 came out on a work day, so I preloaded it on my computer and dragged it to work with me. Good times. Alright, ingredient 1, done. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, but an extra one's fine here. There we go. And now I need you coming out similarly. Well, that lined up. Of course, I didn't give myself a good line for it, but that's okay. I can imagine I have a good line for it. Yeah, but that's okay. That's what you exist for. Why are you a merger? Don't merge. Oh, but of course we know that they don't line into those particularly well. I need split her. That will work. Well, it better work. Huh? Okay, I don't know why that defaulted to reverse. Oh, now I know. Little conveyor pole was in the way there. Don't like conveyor poles in this game, oddly enough. They're just so superfluous. They exist just to cause you problems. And I've got enough problems in my life. What? I think I caught that with my deconstruction. Did not intend to. Zoop. Enter the zoom tube. Alright, that's 2 out of 3. Last stage is the crystal oscillator. And as we know, we've got that right up here. Lovely. Although that flow rate's quite low. This thing is slow as sin, so it shouldn't need too many. That said, there's a whole lot of none of them coming from over here. You are a real piece of work, you know that? Why are you like this? Because you're not actually connecting, are you? Now you're connecting. Day 1 EU4 player here. I started with CK2 for my first Paradox game. Ooh. I never took to CK2 very well. CK3, on the other hand, I thought was great. Probably a bit of a Philistine opinion, but I really thought CK2 was just too rough around the edges. Although, not saying the other games didn't have their problems. But my first Paradox game was EU3. Oh, yeah. Before Divine Wind as well. Divine Wind came along and actually removed a bunch of features that were in Heir to the Throne and Napoleon's Ambition. I wasn't too thrilled about that. I quite like the 3D cities. Yeah, they're jank as hell, but what in that game wasn't? I think we get away with putting the final splitter here as well. So many hours playing EU3. So many multiplayer hours playing EU3. We called it Lobby Simulator. You get to the lobby. You spend ages setting up. You get a game going. Oh, we're out of sync because someone had the audacity to recruit a unit. Back to lobby we go. Back to 1444 we go. Dear, you're not in the right place. Anyway, great memories. Wouldn't trade them for anything. Except maybe even happier memories with Project Caesar. Divine Wind had a bug in the save game where it would duplicate attack. Yes. Yes, it did. You made a fix for it. My fix was to load up the save and delete it, because it would duplicate every time, including what it already had. So, I believe I ended up with save files in the many gigabytes size range. And it would keep doubling. Fortunately, even back then, I had a sizable hard drive, but it was concerning. Started wondering why it was taking 5 minutes to save the game. Don't be here, actually. Be here. Oh yeah, some early Paradox bugs were wild. At least it wasn't quite delete system 32 kind of wild. Have been some games that do that though. You think Divine Wind had the best looking map you ever had? It went from 3D to 2D, but it drastically increased in fidelity. Napoleon Ambition and Heir to the Throne map stuff in EU3 was disgustingly grim. Right, the motors, they flow, is what I'd like to say, but where are my motors? They're busy taking 48 seconds per cycle to come out. Do I want those motors put directly onto the bus, or do I want to hijack them for something? I have no real idea in my head of just how many of each of these things I need compared to each other. But fortunately, I have a rather low consumption rate of my motors, so the cleverest thing I think to do is to just shove them right over to the bus. I'm starting to wonder why I use all these raised belts when I could just use lifts for the thing, but perhaps I shouldn't worry or wonder about such things. I like the spaghetti. I hope she made lots of spaghetti. Dear pesky pioneers. Vicky 3 is the best looking map of all Paradox games. It's just so unnecessary though. Vicky 3's got the 3D fighting things going on. Okay, for what purpose? How often do you even zoom into the map close enough to see that? It's got trains, and no one's going to deny that trains are cool, but again, why? So I'm going to bring you down and bring you across. Is that how we're playing this? Yeah, I think it is. Let's just get you straight onto where you belong, which is the bus. Went to great effort to make you. I want my money's worth out of you. I don't know how many orders of magnitude more extreme this motor production is from before. Actually, we can calculate that, can't we? Back in my old base, I have one single machine making the base motor thing at 5 per minute. And we just made these things at 7.5 per minute, and I built 16 of them. So that sounds... You can't really say 2 orders of magnitude, but it sounds about 20 times the motor production rate that we had before. And you might ask, hey, did you do anything with those motors? And I say, don't ask complicated questions. Right, so sometimes we run into a situation like this. I want to bring you back, but oh, woe is me, somebody who will go unnamed decided to put this in the way. And then what I do is I go boop boop, and then I go boop boop, and I go boop. And then just like that, I become ever so grateful that I have a hover pack, because imagine having to do this without being able to hover. Don't want to imagine such horrors. Such hospital horrors. Oh, would you look at that? We got to do it again, because some other bum put something in the way here. But I do really love that this even works. It's so cool that you can build such finagly little things here. Just imagine the elaborate things that one could make. Well, don't even imagine, just do them. Can't wait to build a theme park in this game. I'm serious about it. Really serious about it. I want to put my money where my mouth is, that this game could be an excellent roller coaster game. Seems I have now gotten in the way of a lot of things. Ah, crumbs, right. I'm beginning to see the biggest error in my ways. These ones are feeding straight in like that. This was not in the plan. But we could make it part of the plan rather easily by doing this. Not that, though. I didn't have the back approach last time, but this time I do. Got the wobbly, the bendy edge, though. Yeah, straight is nowhere near as straight as advertised. I see, the problems resume. That's okay, though. How about we don't keep you so tight, though? Bring you quite far back. Because if I ever need to double up the amount that gets fed into here, then you will be a perennial problem. So instead, let us locate you. Let's bring this straight and bring it quite far back. And then what we do is we bring you down, like so. Is that going to be fine? No complaints, these motors are teeny tiny enough to get through. Good. Very good. Except, how far do we go along here before this becomes an issue? I should probably make the end hole for you right now. This factory roller coaster hybrid genre is an untapped gold field. Yes, but you have to understand, I'm far too lazy to do anything about it, other than make my roller coaster in this game, which I'm quite motivated to do. Well, forget quite, I'm very motivated to do it. Of course, when and how I find the time to do that's a different question. What with all the Nancy Drew that I have to play after this? Hello, Nancy. Goodbye, Nancy. Oh yeah, wow, I'm running out of space to plug these things in, aren't I? Yeah, some individual decided to take up all the space with all these other bits here. How could they do such a thing? Okay, don't concern yourself with that. Simply concern yourself with how you get in. And for that, I could dare to be stupid. Yes. Let's make a mountain out of a molehill. So can I have a volunteer? There we go. There we go, there we go. What? 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 I can see it's raised one tick. I guess that's the source of all my woes here. I'm afraid you all have to go now. There we go. Let it flow, let it flow, let it flow. It isn't flowing. Why is it not flowing? Well, they're all gone. Where are they going? There go my motors. They go up. They're not going in here. They're not going in... Oh, of course, they go into the thing behind it. Whew. Mildly concerned there. Yeah, you're right. They're going to fill up the top bus and then the bottom bus. Whew. Okay, so that should be fine. Right, well, we have motors now. Is there anything I can further distract myself from making a train for? Surely. There's got to be something I can distract myself with. Really working our way down the list here, though. Done all these raw things. We ignore things that don't matter. We've got the frames, the crystals, the SAM, the caterium, the silica's done elsewhere. We've got the oscillator, steel coal. It's really mostly things for project assembly that are waiting, and those things should be, dare I say, trivial by the time we have all of these operations going. You can go double your dimensional storage for aluminium. No, I can't. I wish I could, but I cannot. I can only store up to 1,000, and we've already done all the research for that. I can double my storage in my inventory or in what we have over there, but that's not... Yeah, there's a very stringent limit on the amount that you can store in the dimensional toilet. Why does the top belt get preference? It appears that when something spits out of one of those large industrial containers, it favors the top belt until the top belt is saturated or for whatever other reason cannot be spat out on. And then it goes to the bottom. Let's give this as an example. That was probably a bad example. Was it a bad example? Now I'm not sure what to say. Well, I suppose actually they're both putting out as fast as they can. It favors the first belt you connect either top or bottom. Oh, now that's interesting. That I didn't know. Well, add it to the list, I suppose. Anyway, get rid of all this garbage. I don't need it. It all gets made anyway. I'm trying to think of another reason to put off driving my bus, driving my train, but I think the needs must. But I said I wanted to make a proper way, didn't I? Yes, the dream is to make a proper double line that goes along there, and picks up my goodies. When I do that, and I make railway lines, it uses steel and more steel, of which I have plenty backed up in the dimensional toilet. I'll also need to do signaling. Okay, so we're going to make ourselves a proper double thingamajigger that goes over there. Alright then, let's get training. We currently have our refineries here. Let's clear that and get to work. And this will, for once, actually need the foundations on the bottom before we put the railways in. Seems like a big job. Seems like its own job. So this we will do next time. Whether that's after the weekly one-shot tomorrow or until next week, I do not know. But I do know that I want to get this game somewhat done. We might be able to finish it next week if we're lucky. Or if we're good. One or the other. But I need to take a break now. Feeling the fatigue from DDR catching up with me. Also, that laughing at a broken toe seems to have taken it out of me as well. But I'm delighted with the progress here. There's an actual factory. Tons of goods are being made now. And they're all being sent where they belong, which is into massive industrial buffers. Sounds good. Sounds great. But we'll continue this on and get our train rolling, get our circuits in, get the final instruments made for big fancy computers. And that should be everything we need for Project Assembly, right? Can we have that kind of optimism? Well, we'll find out if hopes are dashed or not, but until I am back with that, it is a cheers and a cheerio.